Matters, of which you will be participating in, and we appreciate your attendance and your attention and your presence. But before we begin that, we have a special ceremony. We are going to be swearing in our 18th student regent this morning, Steely Smith. And before I ask Regent Carrick Davis to perform that ceremony with Steely, let me tell you a little bit about her. She's a native of Mason, and if you are familiar with Texas mascots, the Mason Punchers the Punchers are there. So she's a punchette, apparently. And she received her bachelor's degree from the Davis College of Agricultural Communication from the Davis College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources in 2021. Then she got a master's degree in Media and Mass Communications from the Texas Tech University College of Media and Communications in 22. And currently, Steely's pursuing a master's degree in agribusiness from the Department of Agricultural and Applied Economics, also from Davis College, Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources. And you'll want to know that she has past experience with Regent Matters. She served as a student assistant in the Board of Regents office in her years as an undergraduate student, and she still wanted to come back and do this. And that usually cures most people of ever wanting to be around governance models at a university level, but Steely came back, and we're thrilled that she has. She's always been very engaged. You're going to find her to be engaging not only from a personality standpoint, but also from a diligent, studious application in her role as the student regent, and really as her role is the liaison, I think, between the student government associations and this board. So we're thrilled to have Steely as our 18th student regent. Her family's joining her this morning, and she'll have an opportunity to introduce them to you. But before that, Regent Carrick Davis, will you perform the swearing in, please, of Steely?
Name and by the authority of the state of Texas, please repeat after me. I state your name,
Steely Smith,
do solemnly swear
that
I will faithfully execute
the
duties of the office of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Thank you.
Steely, welcome. Please introduce your family and make a few remarks, if you so desire, relative to your now new position. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'd just like to take a second to just breathe all of this in. I've been told that it goes by fast, so I'm so humbled and honored to be here. So I'm joined by my family, so I have my mom here with me. So to my mom, thank you for convincing me to take a tour at Texas Tech in the first place. I was a devious high schooler. I said, I don't want to go to Texas Tech. And Tech was the last school that I toured on my list of schools to tour. So my mom, she hasn't been wrong yet. But yes, so thank you for convincing me to step on campus that first time. And then I have my godfather here. My godfather, very close to me and my family. So he has taught me that life doesn't always go the way you plan, but sometimes it just ends up better. So, and then I have my little sister here. She'll be a junior at Texas Tech. And as I was moving her in last night, it reminded me of the time, when I was first stepping foot on campus and moving into my first apartment. So I'm so excited for her. And then I would just like to recognize 2 people that weren't able to make it, but they're watching live. So my fiance, Peyton Freeman, he always keeps me grounded. So he is my biggest support. And then my dad couldn't be here because of work as well, but he's the one that has taught me hard work and loyalty. And so I'm thankful for that as well. So going back and just simply to answer, I know the question that I've been getting a lot is, why do you want to be the Texas Tech University system? Again, I was reminded as I was helping my little sister move in last night. So when our students first step foot on our campuses, they're going through the most formative years of their lives. And so Texas Tech was that great support system, and Texas Tech helped me, just the whole system helped me to become the best version of myself that I can be. So I'm honored and hopefully can be a part of helping other students become the best versions of themselves. So thank you.
Steely, thank you. We welcome you. And you want to know that she has a couple of attributes that I'm going to appropriate. You'll see her and I out in the parking lot. She's going to give me roping lessons, and this will be instructive and helpful with the people to my right and left. And secondly, she's an accomplished barrel racer, and that one I'll just use myself, okay, for that purpose. Steely, welcome. You'll find this board to be very thoughtful, engaging, but also very welcoming, and use their expertise, use their judgment and their guidance, because they will direct you on a good path. And we look forward to your engagement with the student government associations and that work that you can do to help us be better for them. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we want to move into the Carr Scholarship Foundation Trustees meeting. And Regent Campbell serves as the vice chair of the Carr Scholarship Foundation. So Regent Campbell, please proceed with that meeting.
The meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Scholarship Foundation is now called to order. The first order of business is officer elections. The operating policies of the Carr Scholarship Foundation call for the board to elect a chair and vice chair, and we will proceed with those elections at this time. Are there any nominations from the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate the following slate of candidates. For chairman, Tim Culp. For vice chairman, Clay Big Country Cash.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing there is none, we will now proceed with the vote. All those in favor of election of the nominees as recommended, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion is approved. Chairman Culp, the gavel is yours.
Thank you, Regent Campbell, and thanks to my fellow board members as well. I served on the Tech Foundation board for almost 7 years. I resigned just a few months ago to serve on this board of regents. I'd heard about the Carr Foundation the entire time I was on the board, but I did not understand the enormity and the value of the Carr Foundation until this past Tuesday, when Regent Cash and I had a Zoom conference call with President Hawkins and Mrs. Upton. And we went through the report that she's going to present later today, but it was an eye-opener for me, a tremendous eye-opener. What this foundation has done for Angelo State over the past 45 plus years has been absolutely amazing. Mrs. Upton's going to cover some of what I'm going to tell you shortly in the budget report, but this foundation was formed in 1978 upon the death of Mr. Carr, who left a mineral and royalty estate to Angelo State. Over the past 45 years, his gift has generated over $150 million of income and revenues for the scholarships at Angelo State. It's provided over 50,000 scholarships during that period, and the corpus today is still worth $150 million. When he passed in 1978, the value of the gift that he gave was $6.8 million. So to think that a gift of less than $7 million could generate $150 million and still be worth that much again today is amazing. President Hawkins is one of the recipients of those scholarships, so this touches home for us, and he's very proud of it. It's Mrs. Upton, as I mentioned in a follow-up email to her, she talks oil and gas language kind of like I do. One of the few people that I've talked to since I've been at Tech that talks oil and gas. We have the same background, so it's very refreshing for us to talk about mineral and royalty value during that session. I think Regent Cash has a few comments he'd like to share as well.
Just, I share with what Tim said. I'm just in awe of the generosity of people. To think that in 1978, a $6.8 million gift would be worth $150 million today. So I know that the Carrs are no longer with us, but just a deep gratitude to their family for that gift. That's $150 million that has been given away that has changed kids' lives. So just very, very humbled by that. And Kim, and think about this. In the next 30 years, you're talking about potentially 300 million that can continue to change those kids' lives. So just a deep gratitude to that family, the Carr family. And then really from listening to everything that President Hawkins and Mrs. Upton have done with continuing to manage that and fine-tune that foundation, that's great work. I think that as those things grow, as the needs arise, they do a fantastic job with continuing to manage that jewel that we have. So thank you guys so much for what you do, and thank the Carr family too. So
Thank you, Regent Cash. And I'm going to use an adjective that you didn't use this morning, but you used on Tuesday during our meeting. Regent Cash said, this gift has been monumental to Angelo State and all the scholarship recipients. Approximately 1,200 students at Angelo State will receive scholarship help to the tune of close to between 9 and 10 million this year and every year. And President Hawkins is doing some little tweaking on how those scholarships are going to be awarded, as opposed to how they've been awarded in the past. But so fortunate to have your leadership, President Hawkins, Mrs. Upton, and your team guiding us in that Carr Foundation, and we're excited for what the future holds for that scholarship. Thank you very much. The first order of business is to approve the minutes of the August 11th, 2022 meeting, last year's meeting. Is there a motion to approve? So moved. Thank you, Arcelia. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Cody. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion passes. Thank you. Mrs. Turner, will you please present the item regarding the independent auditor's report for the Carr Foundation?
Yes, thank you. The CPA firm of Bollinger, Seegers, Gilbert, and Moss performed the fiscal year 2022 audit of the Carr Foundation financial statements. The first and most important item of note is that they issued an unmodified or clean audit opinion on the financial statements. I have some highlights from the financials. Keep in mind, these are as of August 31st, 2022, so they're almost a year old. Slightly different numbers than what we're talking about right now. Carr Foundation's net position or net assets increased from 2021 to 2022 by about $6 million, and they ended 2022 at over $180 million. Operating revenues primarily consist of net investment income and oil and gas royalties. Net investment revenue decreased by $33 million from year to year. All the foundation's investments are in the Texas Tech Long-Term Fund, which had a decrease in asset value of about $3.5 million. Oil and gas royalty revenue increased from 21 to 22 by about $3 million, ending the year at $9.4 million. The Carr's mineral properties are valued at 3 times annual revenue. The valuation of the Carr's oil, gas, and other mineral properties increased by the end of 2022 to a valuation of about $28.3 million. Distributions for 2022 were $10.73 million, which was almost $500,000 higher than the year before. You might recall, as a result of using the GASB basis of accounting, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB 75 requires including deferred inflows and outflows related to the teacher retirement system and employee retirement system, other post-employment benefits, OPEB liabilities in the Carr's financial statements. In reviewing the adjusting journal entries that were required to properly state the financial statements, all of them were normal year-end adjustments. The most significant ones were the annual mark-to-market adjustment to state the mineral interest at fair market value and the entries related to that GASB 75 pension and OPEB item that I just mentioned. The auditors also issue a board communications letter in accordance with their standards. It's required. The letter confirmed that the auditors encountered no issues in performing the audit and there were no disagreements with management on how to handle accounting transactions or other aspects of the audit. And lastly, the auditors did not issue a management letter, which would have been used to communicate internal control weaknesses that they saw. They did not see any of those. That concludes the report on the fiscal 2022 financial statements.
Thank you, Mrs. Turner. Are there any questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to accept the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation as presented?
So moved. Second.
Thank you, Regent Cash. Thank you, Regent Campbell. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes. Mrs. Upton, will you please present the item for approval for the 2023-2024 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget?
I would be happy to, and thank you for those kind words. We love the Carr Foundation and we love Angelo State, and we take great pleasure in doing what we do. So I have been asked to cover some brief history to make sure everybody's up to speed as we approve our FY24 budget. So the Angelo State University Robert G. and Nona K. Carr Scholarship Foundation began as an expression of Mr. and Mrs. Carr's deep commitment to education in Angelo State University. The family made significant financial provisions as they bequeathed all of their interest in oil, gas, and other minerals to be held in trust for the purpose of funding academic scholarships at ASU. The Carr Scholarship Foundation was established by Mr. Carr's will after his death in 1978, and then in 1987, Mrs. Carr, Nona Catherine Carr, left an identical will giving her remaining half of the couple's interest to the foundation as well. They devised that the Board of Regents, Texas State University System, and or their successor trustee, or their successors, now Texas Tech University System, as trustees of all of their interest in oil, gas, and other minerals wherever situated. Mineral and royalty interest is located in 16 West Texas counties. All 16 are listed there, but Gaines, Ector, Andrews, Midland, and Reeves being the most significant. So now just to give you kind of a visual of where our assets are located, this is a snapshot of the Permian Basin by county with our interest located in the squares there. If you're familiar with this area, you see that the majority of our interest is right in the middle, what we refer to as the Central Basin Platform. While the Central Basin Platform doesn't always get the same attention as other areas of the Permian, it is the conventional area. They are long life and low declining wells. Off to the left, we have the Delaware Basin, with the Carr Foundation owning interest in Reeves, Ward, and Winkler counties. And then off to the right, the Midland Basin, and this is where we're seeing our most aggressive development to date. How did Mr. and Mrs. Carr acquire this interest is a question I often get. So Mr. Carr from Houston worked as the head of land and leasing for Humble Oil, which is ExxonMobil today. He left Humble and moved to San Angelo and formed a partnership with Preston Northrop. And together they worked for the Texas Pacific Land Trust, which the TPL was the Texas Pacific Railroad at the time. They owned 3.5 million acres of land, and Mr. Carr and Mr. Northrop were in charge of leasing for that organization. So they had access to information, and they knew where the great areas to buy were. So they would approach farmers, ranchers, landowners, anybody that they could to buy an interest for themselves at the time. And they were able to put this portfolio together. We own 285 tracts, and we're paid on over 1,500 wells. And it's a mix of small fractionalized mineral interest, non-participating royalty interest, and a few overriding royalty interests. So this is all passive interest. They owned no working interest. So moving into the scholarship portion, as directed by the wills, a few quick key points. The president of Angelo State or his designated officials shall have full authority and discretion in selecting students. The will uses the term needy and worthy students very frequently, and we're going to look at that more in depth here in just a minute, but the financial need of students shall be the primary consideration in selecting students. And any student enrolled at ASU shall be eligible for consideration to receive a scholarship. And this is the exact language out of the will just to emphasize the needy and worthy and how often it's used and how they use it. So again, I direct the president of Angelo State University, students enrolled at Angelo State University who are in financial need and who are worthy of receiving scholarships. I have full confidence in their judgment in selecting needy and worthy students to be awarded scholarships. And then, without limiting discretion, the financial needs of a student shall be the primary consideration in selecting worthy and deserving students. So he really hammers that point home. And under President Hawkins' leadership, we have really scrutinized the scholarship process to guarantee that the university is administering the Carr Scholarship in the most beneficial manner and also the most effective way possible, all while still following the terms of the will strictly. So to take a look at royalty revenue now, you know, last year I was able to get up here and talk about how wonderful it was to be a royalty owner. And well, this year we aren't quite as lucky. We did see a decrease in our royalty checks as compared to last year. And just as I warned, oil prices did settle in around $70 a barrel, which has caused us to see about a 30% decrease across the board. Revenue projections show us ending the year at $6.5 million, which is down approximately somewhere between 2 to 3 million from last year. And while that is not a bad year by any means, it's actually somewhere above average for us historically. So to kind of take a look back and get an idea of how we got to where we are today, 2018, 2019, those were decent years, but industry found itself in an oversupply situation. Debt was easily attainable, and there were lots of wells being drilled, and demand couldn't keep up. So then along came COVID in 2020, and well, everything just stopped. Then in 2021, things began to return to normal, but companies still had to operate within cash flow because financing was not easily attainable. And into 2022, we had supply constraints and also geopolitics with the Ukraine crisis. And now into 2023, we're looking at fears of a global recession that nothing's really being able to overcome right now. So it's keeping those prices where they are. Oil and gas is a global commodity, and we are subject to geopolitics and global problems, whether they are good or bad for us. You know, we're a royalty owner, so we're just along for the ride. Demand for motor gas is decreasing as electrical technology is perfected, but then demand for jet fuel is increasing. So prices will not stay this way forever. Indicators show that around 2025, prices should be coming up at that point. So the Carr Foundation receives income from two sources, one being the mineral and royalty interest and revenue that we just discussed. That money is never spent. It is deposited into the corpus that is held here at Texas Tech University in the Long-Term Investment Fund, and then investment income off of that corpus, which we see in our quarterly distributions, that is paid at a 7% spending rate over a 12 rolling quarter average. And while we tend to spend a lot of time talking about commodity prices and royalty revenue, we do need to remember that it really is the quarterly distributions and the investment income that fund our scholarships directly. So distributions have been healthy. We've been seeing about $2.6 million for FY 2023, and that's about a $40,000 growth on average for this fiscal year. So that brings us to our budget, lastly, finally. And I first want to draw your attention to the top line there, which is fund balance. And as some of you know, this is an area where we have struggled. We've struggled to keep this out of a deficit. And part of that is due to over-awarding of scholarships, and the other is just timing of those quarterly distributions. So in 2021, the board approved 4 $1 million corpus withdrawals annually. And this has allowed us to work towards a healthy fund balance, which is between $3 and $4 million. And that keeps us out of that deficit shortfall after fall awards. And at the end of this fiscal year, we will be where we need to be. So diving into our budget a little further, you'll see that FY21 and FY22 are actual numbers for reference, and FY23 is estimated projections to end the fiscal year, followed by our FY24 budget. So fund balance as of September 1st is a positive $2.6 million. Investment income is projected at $10.25 million. And the additional $1 million corpus withdrawal puts us over $11 million in total revenue for FY24. Total operating expenses coming in at $367,000. And we have a total scholarship budget of $9.8 million for the year. And that will bring our total expenses to $10.25 million, and all of this leaving a projected fund balance of $3.6. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Upton. Before I ask for any questions, I'd like to point out that if you look at the operating expense line of roughly $368,000, that's less than 3% of their total revenue, including the $1 million corpus withdrawal. But that's amazing to run a foundation like this with less than 3% operating costs. So outstanding job on the management and the fiduciary responsibility for this. Are there any questions?
Ms. Upton, when we talk about fund balance, is that just to cover timing issues on distributions as opposed to just set aside funds?
Yeah, okay, so when we make our fall awards, we need to have basically half of our budget so that we don't fall into a deficit, because those come throughout the year and we only have one payment in time for that,
Okay.
for that award. Do you want to add anything to that, Angie? Does that? Okay.
Are there other questions or comments?
I just had a question on the $8 million allocation for the scholarships for 2022. What's the average number of students that $8 million helps? The 8.7. And is it like 200 students, 300, 2,000? I don't know.
It's between, we asked the question the other day, Arcelia, it's between 12 and 1,300, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, and I can get the exact number for
No,
you.
I think that's a good idea, just to give the Regents a kind of
Right.
an
And
idea of.
it is also a
impact.
mix of varying amounts, so it could be a $1,000 scholarship up to a $6,000 scholarship.
Great, thank you.
It's an average of about 3,000 per semester, so 6,000 per year for 1,200 will get you pretty close to that number. That's a great question. Thank you, Regent Costa.
President Hawkins, you're a recipient of one of these scholarships. Do you, how do you want to give us some insight and
Well,
what that did for you?
what it did for me and my wife was we graduated debt-free back then in 1977, and we've got well over 48% of our students that are graduating debt-free right now, and we want to move that north as well. So it is a great opportunity for all of the students, and you hear it from the parents as well when they bring another student in and they're getting a car scholarship or something to that effect. I would call attention to Miss Jamie Meyer and what she is doing in our admissions office to do the type of work, Regent Acosta, that you're talking about, to make sure that we give as many scholarships out to our undergraduate students as possible, but we're also increasing what we do at the graduate level too.
Is there a waiting list, President? I mean, are there people, you get to and here's, my point is this. I know we've got a set allocation. What happens if we have more needy and worthy applications that meet the criteria?
I don't know that I could answer that question, but I would suspect what would go on is we either offer them an opportunity to look for the grants that might be out there, as well as offer them a car scholarship. It might be at a lower level.
Okay.
But I will get that answer back to you, Regent Griffin.
I know it's important that we have a budget philosophy and that we operate within that, but by the same token, this was designed to assist students, and I hate to be limited by a percentage or a number if there are those out there that meet the criteria.
One of the things that we still have to watch, though, is that we don't dig into that corpus to go into a negative fund balance again, and that's probably the one indicator that we will stop at that point.
Yeah, and you've done a great job of working out of that. The board was insightful in setting those standards to get us out, but moving forward, I guess I'm always looking out for the student, and if they're eligible, we ought to try to find a way, because this is a beautiful resource that I would suspect, President Hawkins, a school your size, there's not another foundation that could match in the country that's commensurate with the school, the enrollment that you have.
We would agree with that, Regent Griffin. The one thing that we have looked at is increasing that amount, but we also work by the rule of what the prudent investor would do in making those decisions right there. So we're working it at all the different angles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Griffin and President Hawkins. Mrs. Upton, outstanding report. Thank you so much. I love when you say Central Basin Platform, conventional vertical wells. Cody and I can relate to that for sure, so appreciate your outstanding work on the foundation.
Thank you.
If there's no other comments or questions, is there a motion to approve the 2023-2024 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget as presented by Mrs. Upton?
So moved. Second.
Had my doubts there for a while. Thank you, Regent Costa. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion passes. Is there any other business to come before this board for the Carr Scholarship Foundation? There being none, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Thank you all. Thank you, President Hawkins, Mrs. Upton, and your team. Mr. Chairman, I turn the meeting back to you.
Tim, thank you, and thank you and Clay for agreeing to serve in this capacity. This is it's a committee worthy of understanding and recognition, and we appreciate your leadership in that regard. Before we move into the committee meetings, I'd like to make just a brief special introduction. Dr. Stacy Haney is joining us as the 13th president of Midwestern State University. She was appointed to that position effective August the 1st. And she's, here it is, what, the 10th, 9th or 10th, and she hasn't stopped running yet. So there'll be more formal introduction of her tomorrow with Dr. Mitchell providing that introduction for the group as a whole. But I want to just personally welcome you, Dr. Haney. You will be a difference maker. And you are going to take us to levels we probably could not have even imagined at Midwestern State. So thank you for agreeing to join this system, and we look forward to working with you and hand in hand, side by side, in developing your vision for that great school. But more to come later on that, but I didn't want to miss welcoming you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now continue with our committee meeting. And let me remind everybody, all regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent, Steely, serves as a member of the ACS committee and is mandated by state law, regrettably, is a non-voting member of the board actions. But please note that any action taken by the committees from each of these are final and do not require final or additional approval of the board. With that said, we will begin with the audit committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the audit committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. The audit committee is called to order, and before we start, I want to thank my vice chair, Pat Gordon, for serving with me on this committee. So I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes that you can find in your packet for the meeting held on May 4th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion carried. Ms. Turner, please present the item number 1, which relates to the approval of our 2024 annual audit plan.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. As we move forward, our standards require that I periodically communicate information to the board and senior leadership. One of the things that we have to talk about briefly, periodically, is the definition of internal auditing. It hasn't changed, so I'm not going to belabor that, but it's probably the most important aspect is the independent nature of our office. Our code of ethics lists out 4 specific items that we take very seriously. We sign an annual disclosure statement in our office pledging to adhere to this code of ethics, covering integrity, which is also in our system values, and those of several of our universities, objectivity, confidentiality, and competency. Our audit plans have to be formulated on a risk assessment basis, and this process is a very involved process across the system. It involves leadership from all 5 universities and from the system administration as well as the board. Each institution formulates their view of their own risks that are most prevalent to their institution and how they're going to manage those. We also send a survey out as we're going through this process every year to probably close to 100 senior leaders across the system gathering information. And then our office also has information on risk just from the audit work that we're doing, the committees that we serve on, our involvement in our professional organizations, doing peer reviews at other universities. All of those help us put together a picture of risk, and I'll actually show you that picture momentarily. An overview of our resources. We have a little over 20,000 audit hours that we have available. This is after you remove vacation, sick leave, maternity leave, holidays, and things like that. You see at the top, risk-based engagements. That's the majority of our time that we are able to spend on those risk-based engagements. We also have a number of required engagements. The hours we have to dedicate to these fluctuates from year to year. It's fairly high this year at almost 2,000 hours that we anticipate spending on those. Last year it was about half of that or a little bit more. We do reserve time for investigations and hotline reports and special projects that pop up through the year so that they don't wreck the rest of our work. About 12% of our hours are set aside for that. And then we have a group of hours that we call other value-added work, and those fall into three general categories. Service to the institutions. This includes our things like giving fraud prevention training and other campus trainings. We serve on a number of committees across our institutions, on some of the president's executive councils and leadership teams. We do things like data analytics. So there's a long list of things that falls in this category that benefit our institutions, but that don't result in a specific audit report or consulting report. Our service to the profession, as you know, we take that very seriously. I have a number of people in my office that volunteer in our CPA profession, in the Institute of Internal Auditor chapters we have, in our Associated Certified Fraud Examiner chapter in El Paso and other organizations. And then last, you see our own operations and staff development. All of our auditors have to have at least 40 hours a year of continuing education. We achieve that in different ways. We have a robust quality assurance and improvement program. It includes a peer review. We are up for peer review in 2024, so that'll come a little bit later in the year, probably in spring. Usually we have our on-site visit April, May, June timeframe. So for those hours, I'm really excited to show you this slide. We developed this slide from those sources that I talked about earlier, the surveys, the specific risk assessments that the institutions do. And the four categories are those that we developed when we formulated the enterprise risk management framework that our system generally follows. Under each one, they're generally in order, broad categories of what leadership feels is the most pressing risk in each category. So operational and IT on the left. Every business in the United States should be concerned about cybersecurity and data protection, and our institutions certainly are aware of the risks pertaining to those. We have employee recruitment and retention risks that everyone is cognizant of, safety and security, facilities and infrastructure, and so on. And I've outlined with a red border those big risk categories where our 2024 audit plan includes specific projects to address those. You see that there are a few that are not highlighted. If you look at about a 3-year rolling body of work that our office does, all of those would be highlighted. For example, data reporting in the bottom right corner, even though it's not highlighted for 2024, we've done institutional reporting process audits. We're in the 5th one right now. We're performing Midwestern States audit right now. 2 of those audits are in the board book, and 2 more were previously reported to you. So although you don't see it as an area of focus in 2024, we've spent a lot of time on that in the past couple of years in that category. This next slide, I know there's a lot going on here. The gray boxes and the headings across the top match the slide that you just saw. The black boxes actually list out projects, and this is not an exhaustive list of all of our projects, but it lists out projects that will help address the risks in these categories. So under cyber and data protection, you see several applications that we're going to be taking a look at this year. To help address the employee recruitment and retention risks, we're going to be looking at the HR processes in El Paso, faculty hiring processes at Texas Tech University, and then a couple of different aspects of faculty onboarding and load and compensation at Midwestern State. We did actually those same audits at Angelo State several months ago. Under safety and security, there's an audit that statute requires every 3 years called multi-hazard emergency plans. We'll do that across all 5 universities, just making sure they have emergency plans in place and that they've tested those plans periodically. Secure application is the one currently used for card access at Texas Tech University, here at the system and at Health Sciences Center. And then building access controls at Midwestern State. That won't be an IT audit, it'll be looking at the actual lock shop. Most of the buildings there are still physically keyed. The dorms, residence halls are on electronic keys. And then at our facilities, you're aware of our robust construction audit program that we work with facilities planning and construction on. About 98% of Billy's projects are audited by the audit firms that we have in place. Strategic is a little bit light. That is not surprising if you think about strategic risks. Those are normally very large, multifaceted issues like enrollment management. So we don't have anything highlighted there, but we just finished work in Angelo State scholarship processes, et cetera. So those fall in the category of, if you look back a year or two, you'll see coverage across those areas. We do have some time to assist in whatever way makes sense with the One Health initiative that I think y'all are going to hear more about at this board meeting. And then we work in the values culture integration across all of our institutions. And so we're very involved in that effort, which I think fits nicely under leadership and governance. In legal and regulatory compliance and financial reporting, those final two columns, that's really the bread and butter of a lot of what we do. You'll find that we do a lot of work in compliance areas, and you'll find that we, of course, do a lot of work in financial. I'm not going to read through those, but we have institutional compliance audits at several institutions. We do have to audit the willed body programs at both health sciences centers periodically. We found out a week and a half ago that timing has been accelerated to this fiscal year, so we will be doing those audits, and they are always very popular among my staff, excluding me. There's a reason I'm not in the health professions. We do a lot of work in athletics every year. Actually, some required engagements that NCAA requires are happening, and then we do work every year in TTU athletics. This year we'll be picking up some work at Angelo State. And then in the financial category, we are appreciative of having a slot to help with the institutional advancement donor database implementation that's going to cover several of our universities, and potentially eventually all 5 of them may be involved in that. Resource management, you see contracting office at El Paso. We do a lot of grant audits, and so all of that falls really under resource management. And then investment performance, I would put all of the external financial statement audits that are done of the various foundations in that category. We also try to actively help our institutions prevent and detect fraud. There's a specific engagement in El Paso that we're doing thanks to their front page headlines about city council with their fleet fuel cards. And then also we do fraud prevention classes across all of the universities periodically. We want everyone really to know what fraud looks like so they can help spot it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Turner, would you please clarify that that EP front page thing was about the county and not the institutional university?
It did not have to do with TTU-HSC El Paso. But in response to a question, hey, make sure our stuff is good, we were already started on that audit, actually.
I think we took those cards away a lot.
That concludes our my overview of the 2024 annual audit plan, and I respectfully ask for your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Turner. Are there any questions or comments from the Regents?
No, I just wanted to comment. I appreciate the new categorization of the risks. You know, sometimes we hear about a risk and you wonder where it falls in the grand scheme of things, and this is a really comprehensive and thorough way of looking at it, explaining it, and making sure we're checking all the boxes on your 3-year cycle.
Mm-hmm. I really was excited about this, and I'll admit publicly I stole the idea from Virginia Tech, my Virginia Tech colleagues, one of whom includes Justin Noble, who used to work in our office. His boss put this together, and it was at a conference that we attended together, and I called her and said, hey, I'm going to use that. So I love the idea, and I liked showing audit coverage related to that. It's not exhaustive, and it's not across, every university is not in every box, but I think it does show an overview of how we try to match our work with risks that are facing our institutions and our system.
I would also add that recently, Kim also created a risk matrix that is being followed by her team for every single president and institution. You've done that in the past, and you just modified it and made it color-coded, and really provide that information so you can have one direct look at what do we need to focus on. So again, your team does a great job with the risk
Thank you.
assessment.
And it's iterative. I mean, the institutions assess their own risks. You know, we have thoughts about those. We will add information, but the institutions are really in the best position to understand what their risks are and the system as a whole. And so it's a very interactive process.
Great. Well, I will entertain a motion to approve the item as presented.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great, motion carries. So let's present, Ms. Turner, item number 2.
Item number 2, I actually did not prepare any specific remarks about projects that we finished. We did get a lot of work done in this quarter. I'll highlight that after we did fraud prevention training at Midwestern State, all of their medical-related clinics and offices asked for us to come and review their cash controls. That's one of the places where they still do accept cash. We took a look at those, and so you see those in here. And I really commend them for being proactive on that. And I don't know if it scared them hearing about our stories that are all frauds that have happened at Texas Tech institutions over the last about 20 years, but they were very proactive in asking us to take a look at those things. So that concludes my remarks. I'm going to give a little bit of time back. I know we have a lot of topics to cover. Are there any questions on the materials that we sent out? Very good. That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the Regents? If not, that includes our report. Thank you, Ms. Turner, for all of your hard work. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the report of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. Next, the Facilities Committee will meet. Regent Wamble serves as the chair, and Regent Acosta serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Wamble, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to commend Regent Acosta for her expediency by calling for a motion and a second, and then just assuming it's passing without a vote. So if that's the...
Well, I probably ought to slow that down and make sure that...
Oh, no. We'll take all the time savings we can get there.
And that gives you some indication of her management style.
Efficient.
That said,
The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 4th, 2023.
So moved.
And a second? Let's actually vote on this. All of those in favor? Aye. And opposed? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 1 is that Angelo State University approved total project budget for the Elta Joyce Murphy Auditorium renovation project and accept the construction manager at Risk GMP. We are ready to start construction on this project. You've seen this project in the past 2 or 3 times, but as a reminder, there's where it sits on campus. The auditorium actually is inside the Solmeyer Administration Building, which is shown there on the left, and then you can see on the right, this is the outside of the existing auditorium. That's the entrance. So existing pictures again, this was built in 1947. So we are going to go in and really we're going to remove all the concrete in the auditorium. As a reminder, the slope on that floor at some places exceeded TOS and ADA recommendations by 2.5%, so it's too steep for those folks that need help. The concept renderings, there's the lobby on the left, and again, the aisles, you'll see the aisles and companion seating, which they didn't have any ADA companion seating in the existing auditorium, so that's what it's going to kind of look like on the right. And then here's the outside of the building. We're replacing all the stairs in front. They're in dire need of replacement, and then we're also adding the handicap ramp on the right side that they didn't have before, and then that addition that comes up behind the ramp is actually new restrooms for the facility to get back up to code. A couple of floor plans. These are the finalized floor plans in the basement plan on the left. We're really not doing any work below the stage area unless the budget allows towards the end of the project. But on the first floor, you can see the new seating layout with the new aisle and companion seating there, the new restrooms, the new lobby, the new ramp, and then the new stairs too. And then the catwalk plan, we just show that because that's above ceiling in the auditorium. We've got to put fire sprinklers in there, new house lighting, and hopefully if we have a little money left over, we might can add some theatrical equipment just depending on how we end up on this. So the project overview, like I said, you've seen this. It's to address the life safety and accessibility issues that we have there is to renovate the 5,679 square feet, the expansion of almost 600 square feet for the restrooms, adding a ticket booth, new finishes, and renovate the auditorium's main entrance for the new steps and ramp, and then additional electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. So the additional request is the $5.05 million to take us to a revised budget of $6 million, and you can see the majority of that is construction. And then here's the recommendation, sir, to accept the guaranteed maximum price for construction of the Elta Joyce Murphy Auditorium renovation project, increase the budget by the $5 million, total budget of $6 million, amend the CM at risk agreement, and bring the total project budget up that we were at previously at $946,000. That's the recommendation.
Any questions for Billy? We do appreciate President Hawking's patience with all of the construction work in and around your place. I know it's been an inconvenience for you, and we appreciate your efforts in getting all this done.
Yeah, we'll start demo in a couple of weeks, so we'll see then.
See how patient he is at that
Yes,
time?
sir. Yes, there might be some nighttime work.
Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove has two more items related to Angelo State. Would you proceed with the second?
Yes, sir. Item number 2, authorize expenditures of the ASU Aviation Program Training Facility Project for Design Professional Stage 2 Design Services and Construction Manager at Risk Pre-Con Services. So we are ready to move into the second phase of design, and we're also ready to put our contractor on board that we've selected so he can start doing his work. As a reminder, this project is to support the Bachelor of Commercial Aviation degree at ASU. You can see the San Angelo Regional Airport, Mathis Field, where we have the leased property there in the red star. And this is just kind of a site plan. As a reminder, you can see inside the red box the land lease area that ASU has acquired. You can see the facility up there at the top, and then also a future expansion opportunity. I'll talk about that in a little bit. A total of 3.16 acres. We do have a placeholder there for a future hangar that the airport required that we allocate this space, and with the setback too, you can see a setback from the ramp of 60 feet. On this plan, the parking lot, we could have probably got by with probably 62 to 65 parking spaces, but we went ahead and added a little bit more for a total of 83 parking places because we just think this program's going to grow and that this thing's going to have a lot of activity and a lot of folks out there. So the parking grew just a little bit, but that's kind of how the site plan sits as we speak. And this is the floor plan that we're dealing with, a little over 14,000 square feet, which you can see the legend there. You can see the simulators there, kind of the peach color, a lot of classroom space, and a lot of assembly lecture space there too. So kind of looking back at how it sits on there, if the students are in some of those classrooms, they'll be able to see the planes take off and land from the classroom. So that's the kind of way we configured the building layout. Then you asked Chairman Wong before, what can we do if we had to expand this building? So we added 3,300 square feet, and you can see it's all simulator and classroom space if the program grows to a point where we need to add on to the building. Concept rendering, just kind of what the building's going to look like. It's a metal panel building. It will have ASU brick color as a wainscot around there, and you kind of see a little different elevation for the lobby area to kind of let some lighting in there. So we're just now really making sure that's the way we want it to look. Scope services for this is the design team. To move into stage 2, they'll start developing design development, contract drawings and construction documents, construction administration phases, statement of probable costs, and a project schedule. And then for our contractor award, the construction manager at risk agreement. This is for pre-con. This is what they do then. Project evaluation, site analysis, constructability reviews, value engineering opportunities, scheduling, cost control, and start developing their GMP. So project overview, 14,504 gross square feet, classroom, simulator room, assembly lecture rooms, conference rooms, brief, debrief, cubicles, office suites, main lobby area that you saw, and then a lot of the MEP, IT, and restrooms. And so project budget, here's the additional request. We got a little bit in there for construction pre-con, but the majority of it is for design stage 2. So we're asking for $354,000. For the revised budget, a little over $500,000. So the recommendation, sir, is to approve expenditures of the 354 for a total of $514,000 for the ASU aviation program. Anticipated project budget of $6.2 million, and that's why we're bringing on the contractor so we can firm up the 6.2, and then amend the design professional agreement for stage 2, award the CM at risk pre-con, and for the total expenditures of $514,000. That's the recommendation.
Billy, how confident are you in that $6.2 million number?
Well, the architects right now are coming in a little bit over 7. So that's why we want to go ahead and get our contractor on board and start looking at what that number actually is. So we think it could be close to the 7, just our office. So we're just waiting to start pricing that as the drawings develop a little further.
And then the FF&E, specifically the sim room and things like that, how are we funding that, and what's the budget for that?
Don, on simulators, aren't they? They're donated, they're not in the project budget.
What we have, when you say they're donated, we're hoping they're donated, or that's?
We have money already set aside for that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Timeline, Regent Womble, timeline on this construction time?
Oh, so we plan to be back here in November to get a GMP to start fast. That's our goal.
Billy, you said we're leasing this 3+ acres. Who are we leasing from, and is it a 20-year lease, long-term lease, I presume?
I think it's a 30-year, or is it 20?
20-year lease.
2 more? Okay, from the city, right?
From the city, sir.
From the city?
And I think that was signed about 2 weeks ago.
And is that no chance that the city would just donate to that to the cause, I guess, is there, President Hawkins?
It's a 20-year lease, sir.
Thank you, sir.
One question, based on the design that you currently have in mind and your current enrollment projections, is this facility going to keep up with the current enrollment rate as you see it?
We believe it will, ma'am. And more importantly, we also recognize if we were needing to expand, which we hadn't planned on, and we know that you need to have a backup plan, there are other areas if we had that type of expansion that quick that we could also place the students in. But we believe this one will facilitate what we need. And Regent Culp, I need to explain, by the FAA, we've got to get that land leased as a result of it. They can't just gift it to us.
Thank you.
I think what Don told me, this building, without the addition, would support the 250 to 300 students. And I think he told me we'd run out of airplanes if we got past that. So that,
Actually, we run out of ramp room for airplanes before we run out of space.
And talking to President Hawkins yesterday, the area off to the side, the expansion space off to it, you want to elaborate a little bit on, when we think about this program, we're thinking about training pilots, but you were kind of outlining what some of the other new things that expansion space could be possibly used for.
What our vision is at Angelo State is to be one of the top 5 commercial aviation programs at higher education. And in order to do that, two of the other aspects of commercial aviation training that we're looking at is rotary wing as well as UAS, commonly known to people as drones, but it's not. It's the UAS system that you see Amazon and the like moving into. And so we intend to have those types of flight training programs within the next 5 years that fits into our vision of being that innovative university by the end of this decade. So that would be a part of what you would see if we needed to grow into that. But we believe we can still fit all of that into the classroom space that we do have.
What about the ancillary training for mechanics and launch?
Well, that goes along with what we're doing, working with Howard College to do the aviation mechanics side of the work. But that would not be in that building right there. It would be in another another area that's tied to our FBO, that tied to the FBO, and to the organization that's also providing the planes. That happens to be financed through alumni right now.
Any additional questions? Do I hear a motion to approve as presented?
Motion?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 3.
Yes, sir. Standing to ask you, approve concept and authorize expenditures of the Concho Hall demolition project for design professional stage 2 design services. I have not presented this item before for Concho Hall, and I'm already looking at stage 2 design, and that's a reason. There's a reason for that. This Concho Hall has had a history dating back from May of 2010 to December of 2019 of whether to demo or renovate this building. It sits right here on the campus. You can see the food service building, which is the CAF, what they call the CAF, and here's an actual picture of this. So dating all the way back to those dates, we actually had stage 1 design completed with our consultants. And so this thing from 2011, and so let me talk a little bit about this project and a little bit about this building. This actually had a twin, and it was University Hall that was demolished back in 2009, February of 2009. They have about 450 beds in each one. But here's kind of the issue with this residence hall. It's built in the 1960s, so energy efficiency is gone. It's not there. You'd have to replace the roof and the windows. But the state fire marshal has labeled this uninhabitable. And so we would have to come in and do a lot of renovation work just to make it where people could live in this residence hall. Lots of asbestos ceiling, floor tile, interior wall plasters, exterior panels on there, pipe insulation. The design is not very good. As you really can't see it. If bottom right there, the typical floor plan, all these residence halls, the corridors around the outside where the natural light is. So none of these rooms have any natural light. So you say, hey, let's bump it out and move the rooms to the exterior and then use the center as a corridor. Well, you really can't do that because in this 10-story building, all of the mechanical, there's 10 chases that run all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing up through there. So you would have to just tear all of that out and reconfigure that. So I'm, guessing Cody and his team at Angelo State have looked at this in the past, and we're thinking 35 to 40 million to renovate this project. So we just don't seem like, it just doesn't seem feasible to us. So here is the scope of services, what we're looking at for stage 2 services. We've got, like I said, the first one's done in 2011, but we've got to clean those up and bring them back up to current code. So a lot of the environmental codes have changed that we need to come up with. And so stage 2 would be design development drawings, construction documents, construction administration, statement of probable costs, and a project schedule. And the budget's $486,650 to assume that. So I know probably you have questions before we move into the recommendations, but this is our recommendation. I think ASU supports this. It's like I said, it's had a history of going back and forth whether to demo this or not. President Hawkins?
Well, I would add that one of the reasons that we do want to do the demolition is what we do want to put on this area is a research and innovation hub that ties into what we do with the city, ties into how we bring all of the colleges inside the university to do research and collaborate together versus each one have their own research lab of sorts. But most importantly, it helps us bring in the community and the different companies that are already in San Angelo and companies that are coming. It ties into what we're doing with Goodfellow Air Force Base as well as what we're doing with this cybersecurity and AI programs and data analytics. So all of those things tie into how we want to bring this into this research and innovation hub that we would put where this building once existed. It also helps us to continue to look forward versus look back at what used to be, and it helps us continue to move the university in the right direction.
I think it's important to know that it's costing you some money because we have to keep it energized. We have a fire pump, we have a fire alarm in there, we have probably some emergency lighting in there. We've got to provide heat to keep all that from freezing up. So I think Angie's run the numbers, and it's about $50,000 a year just to keep it energized. So it's just sitting there padlocked. We can't do anything in there.
So do we implode this building?
That's a great question. You know, I think they imploded the last one. We have talked to some of our design professionals, and they've reached out to some of the demo companies, and some of them actually say it costs more to implode than it does just do conventional demolition. And I think that's probably because most demolition companies like to salvage whatever they can out of those buildings and sell it off to offset some of their expenses. If you implode it, you're just digging. Now they're digging through rubble to try to get copper or, you know, any kind of piping out of there. So we'll run those numbers as soon as we can and try to come up with that, because I think we owe the president the option of, hey, you know, there's been talks about auctioning that off. We need to show him the difference between the two so he can make that decision.
Auctioning off the right to push the plunger? I got you. Okay.
Billy, just, is the abatement process expensive? I mean, I'm assuming that this is the bulk of it, or is it the physical taking of the things down?
Of course, the demo will run more. I don't have the asbestos number yet, but you're correct. So the first thing we have to do is to basically encapsulate the building, make it airtight, probably pull negative air to catch all the particles, and then send asbestos teams all suited up in there to get all of that out. Now, one of the challenges is when you look at this project, if I can get back to that, all the panels around the windows have asbestos on the back side of them. I think it's a weatherproofing for those. So those panels, we would set up a tent, take those panels off, and they would come in and bag those panels to get them out of there, and try not. If you just went in there right now and demolished that, all of that asbestos material around those panels becomes friable. It's in the air now. You can't capture it. So they'll have to take those out, tin it up, and then pull them out. So there will be a hefty cost to get all the asbestos out of there, but that is going to be a part of the contractor. He'll have that. But part of the design service fees that you saw is the monitoring and the design of an abatement plan. So these are the recommendations, Chairman Womble, to spend $486,650 for Concho Hall demolition project. We've got a budget of $5 million. That'll help kind of, once we get some more teams involved, we'll find out. Waive the use of a construction manager agent. We want to waive that. We're going to manage that with our design team and then Cody's team. Waive the board direct fees for landscape enhancement, public art, and award the design professional agreement and authorize stage 2 design services. And it's going to be funded with housing revenues.
And our really option is whether or not to kick the can down the road. I mean, that's eventually we're going to have to deal with this, and it's probably not going to get cheaper in the future.
Correct.
President Hawkins, how does this impact on student housing on campus? Obviously, at some point, we were considering a renovation to provide housing. What does this decision today do to impact that, if any?
It would not have any impact. I will tell you right now, we are right at about 95%, 96% occupancy for the fall is how we're seeing that. But that is with Carr Hall being down right now in renovation. So we feel that we can still handle the incoming number of students that desire to live on the campus. Without that, they haven't been living in that for quite some time. And if we had to do anything, it would still be a number of years before we even got that to where it needed to be.
And that's a great question. I looked back at the master plan book, and since 2003, they've added Texan, Centennial, Plaza Verde, and with Carl, it's over 1,600 beds they've added since 2003.
And that's had a transformational impact on the campus.
That's correct.
As it relates to student life, I think.
That is correct.
This was actually, at one time, I think y'all were going to use it for low, I guess, income type
Housing.
Real low rates, because the way the rooms are set up, there's 4 people in a room with 1 bathroom. And so it was just compacted in there. So I don't think it'd be a very good selling point. The existing dorm had like 423 beds, but if you go in and renovate it to get it to the state fire marshal's requirements, you're going to drop down probably to 250 to 300 beds. So you're going to lose bed count and spend, like I said, 35 to 40 million probably.
Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 4 related to Midwestern State University.
Yes, sir. This is to authorize expenditures of the Bowling Hall renovation expansion CCAP project and accept the design build GMP for bid package 1. This is an early equipment request. As a reminder, CCAP is the Capital Construction Assistant Project that was passed in the 87th legislature in 21, Senate Bill 52 and 8. I think I've got 3 CCAP projects today. We normally don't like to go and do bid packages and buy equipment and have to come back and forth and get requests for money. But this one is one that, you know, this building built in 1966. We need to, and looking at our schedule, we need to start ordering some of the big equipment now just because of the marketplace. Also found out yesterday that President Haney had an office in there at one time, so the bar has been set extremely high as of yesterday to make this look good. So this is kind of where the floor plans are shaken out. You haven't seen this in a couple of board meetings, but this is the first floor. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. We do have a 7,500 square foot addition, 2-story addition there. Second floor, and then the third floor. And if anybody really wants to look at those in depth, I can also have copies for you if you want to see those. But the project overview has really not changed. It's 45 to 55,000 gross square feet is what we're actually going to do a pretty extensive renovation on. This building's actually 91,000 square feet. So a lot of the places that are in the research labs and teaching labs, they're okay. I will tell you this, all 91,000 will be touched. They'll all have new ceilings, all LED lighting, and a brand new sprinkler system in there. But the major renovation is going to be about 60% of that. So 7,500 square foot addition on there. A lot of this scope is really going in and upgrading, replacing, and looking at all the existing mechanical equipment, electrical, plumbing. These systems are way past their life and ready to be replaced. So if you look down, we're going to put sprinkler systems, and then these next 2 bullets, replacement, retrofit of air handling equipment, and the upgrade of electrical switchgear and transformers. Those are the 2 line items we're going to address today and try to get some equipment bought. And then existing networks got to be replaced, and then a lot of controls and accessibility upgrades. So we're looking at mechanical air handling units and electrical equipment. This is a kind of a picture of what we've got. We've got 5 air handling units. The reason it's so critical for us to get these bought, those are at least 33 weeks out. And so we have the plan that next summer that we can start replacing some of these air handling units. So we need to get them coming because 33 is no guarantee. And on the electrical side, we've got 5 electrical panels and 1 main electrical switchgear. They're telling us it's 31 weeks out. So we're trying to get this equipment coming so we can stay on schedule and actually get some in next summer when the building is not quite as big. It's a little bit vague. This building's going to stay in service the entire time we're working in it. This building is split between east and west. If you split it right down the middle, air handling equipment handles this side, a different set handles this side. So it's challenging because we can't take a floor at a time. We basically have to split the building in half, and it's a little bit challenging. So the additional request is for the $1.4 million for the equipment, for a revised budget of $5.5 million. The recommendation is for that expenditure of $1.4, basically to buy that equipment, and we revise the GMP and the design build agreement for the total expenditures of the $5.5 million. That's the recommendation, sir.
Thanks, sir. Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? And the motion passes. Thank you, Billy. We'll now turn to Mr. Kramer and Dr. Hendrick to present item number 5.
Great, thank you. Today is not only to approve the honorary naming for a room for Dr. Doug Hammond, but also this is in memorial. So I'll say a couple words and then Provost Hendricks will talk a little bit more about. But Dr. Hammond was a pioneer and in the whole new partnership and style of teaching in preparation for Texas. We refer to this as Tech Teach. Tech Teach provides students with an opportunity to co-teach alongside skilled mentor teachers for a full academic year. During his time at Tech, he served in many leadership roles, including founding chair for the Department of Teacher Education and interim associate dean for research and faculty staff development, and he was named as the Helen DeWitt Jones Endowed Chair for Professional Education. I'll turn it over to the provost to talk a little bit more.
Thank you, Patrick. Before I do, I'd like to introduce two guests that we have with us today, if they would stand briefly. Our College of Education Dean, Dr. Jesse Mendez, and then Dr. Fanny Coward, faculty member in the college, the interim chair of teacher education, and more importantly, Doug's wife. Beyond those titles, and more important than those, was Doug's passion, which was rooted in his desire to create sustainable pathways for people to become effective teachers and to increase teacher retention. He was the driving force behind our award-winning Tech Teach educator program, established partnerships with school districts and communities across the state of Texas so that aspiring teachers everywhere could access a top-quality, university-based education. Latter parts of his career, he focused on creating sustainable teacher pipelines for rural West Texas. He created the West Texas Rural Education Partnership Network. It's an alliance of West Texas universities, community colleges, and school districts that produce about 250 new teachers each year for rural classrooms in this region. Doug also played a key role in the teacher incentive allotment, Texas's statewide educator merit pay program. He secured a $24.9 million grant, which was the largest in Texas Tech's history up to that point in time, to provide quality assurance for the pay program, which last year provided an additional $55.5 million in compensation to more than 6,000 outstanding Texas teachers. His appointment last fall as the Helen DeWitt Jones Endowed Chair of Professional Education was final testament to his reputation as a renowned national leader in teacher education. Dr. Hammond passed away suddenly while out with his family earlier this year, February 4th, 2023. And we wish to honor his longtime legacy to Texas Tech, its students, faculty, and staff in the field of education through this honorific naming.
So recommendation is approval of the honorary naming at Texas Tech University College of Education Building Room 257 to be known as the Dr. Doug Hammond Classroom in honor and recognition of his education and work here.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a comment here. Doug and Scott Ridley, he was the dean in the College of Education. You might remember him. He passed away a few years ago when he became ill with cancer. Started this program that was part of what was called Tech Prep. It was a national program. It received millions of dollars from the Gates Foundation, and there were universities that across the nation involved in the program. And the original meeting of this program was in Jackson, Mississippi. And I went there, and I got into an Uber with a person who was going to this meeting. And I said, "Where are you from?" And they said, "Harvard. And we're here to learn about Tech Teach." I thought that was pretty cool.
Very much so. Any other discussion? I would entertain a motion to approve this item by acclamation.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So done. Thank you very much. Mr. Kramer and Dr. Lang, please present item number 6.
Thank you. We have a second one here. So the approve the honorary naming for the School of Nursing Building Room 201. And again, this particular one also is in memory of one of our colleagues. So Here's what it'll look like on the building. I'll talk a little bit, and then we'll have Dr. Lang jump in and give a little bit more personal approach to it. But Ida Raskin was born and raised in El Paso, Texas. She had supported the region's healthcare and healthcare providers and first responders for 30 years throughout her role in providing continued medical education. Great thing here is it was written down, known as a very positive and nurturing person. She previously held roles at the Sierra Providence Health Network and the Border Regional Advisory Council. She joined Texas Tech Health Science Center El Paso in 2016 as an emergency medicine clerkship and boot camp program coordinator. Dr. Lang.
This is fitting because this is where Ida did a lot of her work. As Patrick mentioned, she worked for the Border RAC for about 9 years. They're responsible for coordinating all the emergency trauma systems throughout the state. There are 22 different coalitions. And the one she was assistant director of took care of 10 counties in West Texas and New Mexico. She set up programs that were nationally recognized. And when we had trouble with migrants coming across the border and needing care, she established a network. We could actually care for them at the border patrol stations so they didn't overwhelm our hospitals, and they got national recognition. Well, she joined the medical center in the emergency medicine department. She obviously had a lot of experience. And not only was the clerkship director, but she was a patient. We have these patients that we actually practice on. She volunteered her time. She taught at this tech simulation. She's affected the education of over 600 different students and physicians. She passed away on February 10th, cancer. She has 3 kids, 4 grandkids. Her husband still works there. And our values at the institution are service, teamwork, accountability, advancement, respect, and integrity. And she emulated all of those. Honoring this honors her and also the values that she exhibited for our university. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. So recommendation in front of the board is to approve the honorary naming for Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso in that nursing building, room 201, to be known as the Ida Raskin Memorial Room.
Any other discussion? I would ask the board to also approve this item by acclamation. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the motion approves as presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 7.
Item number 7, TTU HSC to authorize expenditures for purchase of equipment for Laboratory Animal Resource Center, the LARC expansion, another CCAP project. Again, this is equipment we're trying to get ahead of the construction schedule on. So this is the floor plan that's as it's developed. In the top right, you'll have the dirty cages, and it will go through cage cleaner, which I'll show you in a minute. And then in the middle, you've got the clean cages and then the sterilization equipment before they come back down into the animal holding and support areas. So project overview is still the same. It's 13,962 gross square feet. It's a vivarium to meet the needs of the HSC research community. The expansion has been designed to aid in elevating research by HSC by creating a facility that meets contemporary industry standards for research animal housing. The project will incorporate innovative technology and advanced built-in equipment, which is what we're doing today, necessary for the future needs of the principal investigators. And this expansion will create a dedicated bioexclusion barrier facility adjacent to the existing vivarium. So we'll be actually doing this project right next to the existing vivarium that's there. So these are the 2 pieces of equipment that we're seeking your approval to go ahead and purchase. This is the steam sterilizer on the left, and then you've also got the cage washers. They come in big units, so we will work around those the best we can to get everything ready so they can slide in. These have about a 12 to 14 months to get these in. This is why we're trying to get a lead time on those. So that's kind of where they sit in the facility itself, the cage and rack washer unit and the steam sterilizer unit. So the project budget, the additional request is for the $2.3 million for a revised budget of $3.7 million, which you can see it's all basically in the $2 million equipment price. The recommendations approve expenditures of $2.334 for the owner furnished equipment and contractor installed for a total of $3.7 million. This is a CCAP project with a budget of $15 million, total expenditures of $3.7, which includes the previously approved $1.4, which is funded through the revenue finance system, of course, with the CCAP legislative approach and Senate Bill 8 following that. That's the recommendation.
Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye. And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 8.
Number 8, this says still at HSC in Lubbock, approve the concept and authorize expenditures of the Lubbock HSC 5B West Research Lab renovation. This is a CCAP project as well, project for design professional stage 1 design services. This is where it's located in the middle. Pod B on the 5th floor is where the research labs are that we're renovating. And this is the 12,700 square foot area that we're targeting. A few pictures of the existing lab on the left and hallway on the right. You can see it's in desperate need of some renovation, and then also following, you know, the president's and the chancellor's initiative to come in and renovate space rather than add square footage. This is a great spend for the CCAP money. So we're looking for a design professional agreement to authorize stage 1. We're ready to start programming, start the schematic design, looking at probable costs and also a project schedule. So the project overview, again, 12,700 square feet of research space located in the west half of Pod B on the 5th floor. Renovations will result in decreased operating costs, improved efficiency, functionality, collaboration, and increased levels of safety, security, and accessibility while providing a positive impression for recruitment. Research lab and support spaces will be renovated in modern, innovative BSL2 plus and BSL2 plus labs. All existing furniture, finishes, and FF&E will be removed, and the floor plan reconfigured with all new FF&E. All mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems within the area of renovation will be updated and or reconfigured to fit the new space. So the ask is for the design stage 1 is $244,219, and the recommendation is to improve that $244 and to provide planning and design services for the 5B West Research Lab area, award the design professional agreement, authorize stage 1 design services, and that's, again, going to be paid back with CCAP funds.
Billy, you might share that there's not any concern around environmental issues with this renovation at all.
There's not, you know, are you talking about just with the interstitial space?
Yeah, just the installation. We're not going to find anything. I just wanted you to share it with the
You know, I don't think so. You know, they have gone into these spaces in the past, and it's got a very large interstitial space where all the mechanical equipment runs in there. I'm not saying we're not going to find any equipment that needs updating or replacing, but one thing about the design team that we're hiring, they love to get up and crawl around in that space and will look for any kind of discoveries. But in working with HSC facilities team, they have not brought that up and said we've got problems there. They know their equipment pretty well.
Any additional questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Billy, would you also present your construction projects report?
Yes, sir. I'm going to talk about a couple of projects that are in your consent agenda. One's at ASU and one's at Texas Tech. And these were being managed by the component institutions because they fell under the $4 million threshold. They were considered minor projects. When it goes over 4, it's a major project. As they got into these projects, some additional costs kicked it over the $4 million. And by the Board of Regent rules in 0801.4D says, if changes in a minor construction project cause the project budget to fall within the definition of major construction projects, then 2 things got to happen. One, they notify our office and they tell us what the budget is. The second thing is I notify the chairman, and then it's brought to the chair of the facilities committee and gets board approval. So you asked me to just kind of talk through the processes of how we went from minor to major. And so both of these projects too in the consent agenda will also waive the use of CM agents, public art, landscape enhancements, and it will also give the exception, the official exception for this not to be an FP&C project, but it'll be handled by the component institutions themselves. So this is the first one, ASU Vanderventor retail conversion. This is a piece of property that was acquired in December of 2020. And so the scope of this project originally, and the original budget was 3.9 million, so it was right there close. So it's basically 17,000 square feet, this center is. It's got two different businesses at lease space there. So Cody and his team are in the process of renovating 10,000 square feet of that. 7,500 square feet is for the police station, 2,100 gross square feet for E&G faculty offices and support, and then there's also some new restrooms. So everything gets touched in that 17,000 because you gotta have a fire sprinkler system, and I think there's gonna be some ceiling work done in there, but they're really concentrating on the 10,000 square feet. Well, what they got into when they started doing some demolition, because you can see in the renderings there of all new facade, storefront areas to make it look like an ASU building, because that doesn't look like an ASU building. And so the architectural scheme was to make it into an ASU building. Well, they started tearing off the exterior walls, found some metal studs that were real light gauged that really, I don't even know how they got in there. And so they elected to replace those with a heavier gauge metal stud. There was water infiltration, there was water damage on the inside of that, so they basically ended up gutting a lot of that. They also had a little bit of scope out on site work, some flat work out there, and then you can see up there the police car fleet has a canopy built to protect that. So this project went from about 3.9 to the 4.733 million. So that's the reason for that one, if there's any discussion on that.
And the second project?
Second project, Texas Tech Hemley Recital Hall renovation. This project started out at a $3.69 million budget. And quite simply, this is what the left is what it did look like before they started work. And then on the right is the new rendering of that. Basically, what kicked it over was they decided to replace all the seating in there, from the color scheme, and I think a lot of the chairs were damaged. So when you pull the chairs out, you replace the flooring that goes along with it because you got bolt holes all in it. So the replacement of the chairs and the flooring caused it to be kicked over to about a 4.1 million.
Questions for Billy on his report?
And I've got one more I want to show you.
All right.
One more, something to celebrate. Texas Tech Museum East Wing Edition. We held a ribbon cutting on June 30th for the Arnold Wing. And you can see the picture from Dr. Robert Neff, Louise Wilson Arnold Wing, the ribbon cut on the top, basement in the bottom left with compact storage, but the beautiful gallery space on the first floor. So I just wanted to recognize, Jim Arnold and his family and the Helen Jones Foundation and Texas Tech Museum on a great project, and it turned out really nice, and we appreciate the opportunity to do that for you. And that's my report.
Thank you very much. Looks like Lawrence was struggling with the old ribbon cutting there, but everybody else seemed to do a good job.
No, actually Mitchell clicked and nothing happened, so he's the one that whiffed. I was standing right next to you, I saw it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Billy.
There'll be future training on that.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Womble. Finance and Investments Committee will meet next. Regent Campbell serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Campbell, please continue with Finance and Investments Committee meeting.
Thank you. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 4th, 2023. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item number 1.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. We want to walk you through the consolidated operating budget. This is the first agenda item for the Finance and Investment Committee. And I appreciate, once again, each of you taking time out of your calendars to sit down for 2 hours with us to go through in detail each university's budget and the system administration budget. And hopefully we've got all the questions answered. And we actually want to start with just a recap of the legislative session, since it has such a big impact on the budgets of each component. And our chancellor is going to take this slide.
So if you look at the success of the legislative session, you're going to see up here that when it comes to the baseline funding for all of higher education, it's this formula funding. They have two large buckets of money, if you will, that they utilize. One is for the general academics, one is for the health relateds. And utilizing a formulaic approach for things related to semester credit hours and some other things, square footage. They've got a series of things they walk through with it. Your funding for your base budget is most importantly affected by the formula. And so it's always the thing, as we come into this next summer, that will be what's called a counting year, where you start looking at enrollment. Enrollment on the general academic side is done by semester credit hour, because you will have every student that comes in takes different numbers of hours. So it's, your enrollment is important, but it's your semester credit hour count that is going to be the basis for your funding. For the health-related institutions, because the curriculum is proscripted, when you start in medical school or pharmacy school, you don't select things, it's all placed in front of you. So it doesn't make any sense to do things by semester credit hour per se, it's just done by student full-time equivalent. So these formulas are critical. If you look at what we were able to do with statewide help on things related to the general academics, it's over the portion on the far right there. There are things that we've been talking about for many, many years in Austin, trying to get some help. You've got the higher education group insurance. A lot of this stuff sounds really dry, but it's really, really important for our institutions. Back, I believe it was in 2003, Martha can correct me on that, but in 2003 when there was a budget crunch, they cut the state support for the portion that the universities had to pay that the state had to pay to the universities for everybody's health insurance. And so they went from paying for basically all of it to paying 90% of it. In 2011, they cut it again down to about 80%. And so what we've been talking about ever since 2011 is trying to get the amount that the state supports it pushed back up. This time they did. They pushed this support up, and it was a big help for all the institutions. The Hazelwood legacy, I think everybody here knows about Hazelwood. This is something that with our universities being military-friendly universities, we're very proud to do this. But it's really the legacy portion of this that winds up costing a lot of money. That's where the veterans' family members have their tuition paid for. So the state did step up on that. Higher education fund, there was a redistribution of funding that would normally have gone to Stephen F. Austin, but with Stephen F. Austin joining the UT system, their HEAF money gets split up amongst the other institutions that are HEAF universities. So there's a little bit of a bump that we got from that. And then we'll talk more later about the Texas University Fund and the Texas Research, the TRIP money. But anyway, it was a good session. If we looked at our exceptional items, the things that we're looking for our universities, if we looked at the overall movement, positive movement for general academics and higher education, it was a good session overall. And so we'll go through details of this as we talk about some things moving forward with TUF and what it does to other things.
Thank you, Chancellor. So just to recap some of the things we covered during the calls with you, as far as sources, when we're looking at preparing our budgets, obviously, as Chancellor just explained to you and summarized, the state appropriations are a big driver for us. In addition, for the general academics, tuition and fees is a very big driver, which of course you've got your tuition rates and then you've got your semester credit hours, so multiple variables there. Enrollment patterns, and we're all watching that as higher ed across the country has been struggling. Thankfully, we're in Texas and our population continues to grow. As far as the health-related income, it's a different driver. It's primarily through hospital contracts and clinic visits. As far as the priorities that we were focusing on across the system, there was a significant effort in master planning and strategic planning, especially around academic excellence, enrollment management, and research investments. There was also a consistent focus on employees and getting some increases there, some succession planning. There was a significant focus there. And then, of course, as you know, inflation has been still going up, and, but at a slower rate, thankfully. And software contracts and things, escalations built into contracts drove some of those cost increases. If you look at a 5-year trend, just to see what the consolidated budget has been doing, there's been an average growth rate of just over 5%. If you look at the average annual growth rate in the drivers, other than enrollment, which is still positive, those drivers are right around that 5%, actually a little bit higher for research expenditures and clinic visits. So they seem to align well. This you saw in the 2 hours that you gave us of your time. This is the summary by component of, excuse me, of the 2024 budget and comparison to the 2023. The bottom line there is a 10.5% increase, which sounds a little high, but as I reminded you on the call, that does include the $65 million to El Paso for the Cancer Center. It includes the increased CCAP funding for the debt service for so many projects that Billy was just talking about. So that's about a third of the increase right there, just summarized in those two. Here we have it broken down between, you can see that the majority of the funding is from education in general and designated, which primarily speaks to what the Chancellor was talking about as far as funding from the state. Breakdown of the revenues, and again you see that state appropriations, big part, tuition and fees, hospital and professional services, and then gifts, grants, and contracts. Those are the big bullet points on the revenue side, and in every institution, personnel is a big part of the expense side. And lastly, we show you on a more granular level what the changes driving here are, and you can see that planned utilization of fund balance, the significant change there. And again, I think that speaks primarily to the El Paso Cancer Center. And with that, I will take any questions.
Hearing no questions, I move to approve the fiscal year 2024 operating budgets for TTU, SA, TTU, ASU, MSU, TTU, HSC, and TTU Health Science Center El Paso as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item 2.
Item 2 is really a follow-up. If you remember in May, we talked about the debt scenario for the system. We borrow at the system level, and you were kind enough to authorize us to issue bonds, and we did go and issue some bonds, and I wanted to just give you an update. Big part of the bond issuance process is to meet with the rating agencies and give them an updated picture of what our current financial status is, what the forecast looks like. And we were very happy that our ratings stayed the same at AA+, AA1, which is the second best you can have. There are only 2 higher ed systems in the state that have AAA, which is the only one higher than us, and those are both of the PUF systems. I do want to point out Kroll, KBRA as they're also known. This was the first time for them to provide a rating on the Texas Tech University system. Since it was the first time, they wanted to come and meet with us in person. The other meetings were virtual. And they came down, and we were actually able to give them a great tour of parts of the TTU campus and HSC, and they were very pleased with what they saw and heard in the meeting, resulting, as you see, in the AA+. As far as the bond issues, we did issue tax-exempt and taxable bonds. This is just fun facts if you want a trivia game later. The main thing I would point out here is the interest costs. Tax-exempt, we were wound up at 3.1%, which is fantastic in today's market. And the taxable was just under 5% here. We're going to fully pay off those taxable bonds by 2029, and I'll show you more on a different slide for that. One thing we also wanted to show is just the process of pricing, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds here, but you know, the day of pricing is a little bit of a dance. You're putting out some preliminary pricing based on where the market is, and as you know, the market moves all day long. The bankers are talking to investors, trying to see who really wants to invest in the Texas Tech University system. And we ended up with, on the tax exempt side, 3 times more bonds being requested by investors than we were actually offering to sell. And on the taxable side, it was 2 times. What that means is that when the results look like that, we can go back and reduce the interest rate we're paying. That's part of what I meant by a dance. We go back and say, okay, we're going to cut rates here and here and here and see which investors still are interested in buying the bonds. And so we were able on the tax exempt side to reduce anywhere from 2 to 10 basis points, and on the taxable 5 basis points, which total saved us over $1 million from where we started at the beginning of the day. It was a little bit of a rough day in the market. Treasuries went higher overnight before the day of pricing because of some positive economic news, which made people think the Fed was going to do another rate hike. Thankfully, during the day, Treasuries backed off a little bit, and again, we had plenty of investor interest. And on that bottom section, one thing I always try to focus on when we're doing bond pricings is I want to get new investors placing orders for our bonds. One thing is that increases the demand for our bonds, and as I said, the pricing is a supply-demand exchange. So the more demand we've got, we can lower rates. But also, what it also means is if we get new investors, that means they've got us credit approved. So the next time we go, we plan on issuing bonds again within the next 12 months. We have a bigger set of investors that already have us credit approved, so it'll be easier to get orders from them in future bond sales.
James, do we have a role to play in that? Do we have a selection process? Are we involved in that process as to approving or clearing investors versus others? Or are the bond houses bringing them to us and we hope for the best?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, we do have an investor outreach role to play, and I think we have some areas of opportunity that I'm going to work with the Treasury Department on as far as improving investor outreach. Primarily, the active gathering of investors is done by the underwriters, the bankers that we pay for that. But then we do, at the end of the day, when we've locked in pricing and we know which investors are still interested, we do have the ability to tell, like JP Morgan led this deal. We said, okay, we'd like to see who you're allocating bonds to, because they always have more orders than that we have bonds to sell. So they have to make an allocation process of Mr. Cash, for a bad example, because he can't buy our bonds. But if he had placed an order for $1 million worth of bonds, JP Morgan might have said, we're going to give him $500,000. And so we do get a say in, as for example, and I appreciate you asking that question, the city of Lubbock. I've connected with the CFO at the city of Lubbock, and I told him we were going to be issuing bonds. They placed an order for $10 million worth of bonds, of our bonds, and I asked JP Morgan to prioritize those. I think it's important for governmental entities to be participating in each other's deals, and so they got $8 million worth of bonds.
I want it noted that I did try, and Mr. Party Pooper down there said no. So.
All right. Last slide here is just when we issue bonds, we typically issue municipal bonds as serial bonds, meaning that some of them mature almost every year. Sometimes you may skip a year. So this is just a picture for you of how much in principal we're paying off each year. And then the line chart shows what the rate is for those bonds that year, because each year's bonds have a different rate attached to them. So you can see on the right side the 2023B, that's the taxable bonds. We're paying those off as quickly as possible because they have a higher interest rate attached to them. And then once those are paid off, we can start paying off more of the tax exempt. And with that, I will see if you have any questions.
James, what is the total outstanding debt to Texas Tech at this moment?
At this moment, we are about 1.26 billion. This put us over the $1 billion mark, and we pay off a significant amount. I can't remember, it might be around 60 million each year. I'm guessing at that number. But yeah, we are currently at about 1.26.
Is that the system or is that Texas Tech Lubbock?
No, that's the system. We borrow as a system, so. Now, MSU, just to be clear, does have outstanding bond that's not system debt, but any bonds we issue for them in the future will be system bonds.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for that report. Will you please present item 3?
Yes, sir. And just to be clear, Regent Culp, that 1.26 does include MSU's debt. We go ahead and lump them together for what we report.
Thank you.
So. Item 3 is the quarterly investment report. So let me get started here. I always like to start with this reminder. We do have multiple pots of cash and investments that we manage. The LTIF, which gets the primary emphasis and focus from the board, I think, from time to time, that is primarily the endowments. It is structured to a 60-40 portfolio. It's governed by the IRC, the Investment Resource Council, and managed by our team in Austin under Tim Barrett's guidance. The CCIP or CCIP is our operating and reserve funds, and that is actually broken out into 3 buckets. As you may recall, one is cash, which is your literal checkbook. It's the money in the bank and money market mutual funds. And then we have a contingency pool, which is your emergency savings. It's a short-term fixed income portfolio. And then we have a non-current segment, which is taking on more risk. And, you know, it's an important aspect. I was talking with Regent Gordon this morning. We were talking about the difference between the non-current segment and the growth portion of the LTIF, because they both take on equity-like risk. I think the big difference there is that I was talking with Tim Barrett and Tim Bruce this morning, and I think the drastic difference between the two is because the LTIF growth portfolio takes a significant, they have a much higher risk appetite than we do with operational and reserve funds. But at the same time, we have been working, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but since I arrived in January, we've been working with the Pool Advisory Committee, which provides governance to the CCIP, and we've been adjusting the structure of the non-current segment of the CCIP to improve returns. So let's start with the LTIF. These are all slides you should be familiar with. It's the same format we've used for a while. And again, it's structured as 60% growth, 40% stable value, and we're right there. We're about 3% off. And then at the bottom, you can see how each component of the LTIF compares to its individual benchmark. And thankfully, you can see in each time period that we look at, we are outperforming our benchmark. To look at the numbers, and again, we highlight the 3-year just to, I think, to emphasize that for long-term investments like endowments, we want to know what the 1 year has been, what the year-to-date and quarter-to-date have been, but primarily we're looking at 3 years and beyond. In fact, some of our, when we try to beat the CPI plus 5%, that's on a 10-year rolling 10-year basis. But you can see in the 3-year, which we've highlighted, we're doing quite well. The 5-year, actually in each period, we're outperforming the LTIF benchmark of 60-40 plus 100. In some of them, we're beating the CPI, but it's become increasingly difficult to do that over the last couple of years. I think I will just move along. Here we've got the details, and of course we color code it just to give you an idea of how we're doing compared to the benchmark. Again, if you remember in 2020, the board did this massive look at how we manage the investments, what our benchmark should be. I think only 3 of you were here during that time. And one change that came out of that was that we decided to stop swinging for the fences quite so much, take a little bit less risk, and position something with less volatility. So what we see is like, well, at the last meeting, I told you that Tim's group was nominated for Endowment of the Year by Institutional Investor. They did actually win that. I think we sent you out a notification of that. So I want to give kudos to them for doing a good job. That was based on a year where the markets were down, and so we're structured to where we don't drop as much as the general market and other endowments. Now, the reverse, the markets have been catching up some, and so you can see in the year-to-date and the 1 year, the growth is lagging the benchmark because we're not going to grow as fast as those that have higher exposure to the equity markets. But generally, overall, it's green across the board. And then just to look at cumulative returns against the benchmark, against the CPI plus 5, you can see how we're staying right there with the benchmarks, and we were staying with the CPI up until about 2021 is when it started getting ahead of us. And that I don't think is a surprise to anyone in the room. Switching focus to the CSIP, again, this is operational funds and reserves. And you can see that for the 3-year, again, we try to take a longer term focus. We are beating our benchmark overall, but not exactly the global 60/40. Some of that I was talking to Regent Gordon about, and I think the changes we're currently making will start showing up and showing that to be a better picture. It's also currently 60/40. This is one of the things we talked about, I think, in February, where I mentioned that across the system we're doing some cash flow analyses to see if we really need that much in cash and contingency, or if we can shift that to where we get more up in the non-current segment. And those efforts are still going on. We've got some preliminary results that we're starting to analyze and take a look at. So hopefully by the November meeting, we'll have some good feedback for you there. And I also want to remind you, cash and contingency, the contingency is that short-term fixed income portfolio I told you about, and we traditionally are buy to maturity, hold to maturity buyers. So we buy those bonds and we just hold them until the maturity. So fluctuating valuations of those bonds don't mean as much to us, but we have to report it that way. So one thing we wanted to do was add the next 2 slides just to give you a better picture of what they're actually earning, since this is on a return basis, which does take into account the market volatility of the prices of those bonds. So here you can see the non-current segment, which again, 3 years is at a 5.5, which is beating the benchmark, but it's nowhere near the, I believe the LTIF growth was 16.6. So that just talks about the big gap in risk appetite between endowments and operating and reserve funds. But again, green pretty much all across the board compared to our benchmark, so happy to see that. And then outside of the non-current segment, we have the cash. This is just the money in the bank and the money market mutual funds. Just to give you an idea, you can see the rates there in the table and in the bottom right chart. Rates continue to rise as the Fed continues to increase its rates. We're not sure if they're done yet. There's 10 different people will give you 10 different opinions about what's next coming up with the Fed, but we are pleased to see the rates continuing to rise. And that is about 10% of our CSIP is the cash segment. It's actually a little bit less than 10. We've been trying to squeeze that as much as possible. And then the contingency, as I mentioned, is the fixed income, which is agencies, municipals, and treasuries. We go out generally to 5 years as far as maturity and ladder that so that we're not getting hit particularly hard at any one time with moving rates. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, well, thank you for the report, Mr. Malden. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent Campbell. Our final committee to meet today is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Sweat serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I would like to thank Regent Sweat for serving as my vice chair, and to welcome Student Regent Shelley Smith to the party. And I'm really looking forward to the contributions you'll make to this committee. So first order of business, I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 4th, 2023. Do I hear a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Right, Dr. Topliff, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. Item number 1, the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve granting tenure to Dr. Sandra Moore, EDD, who was appointed a new Associate Professor in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction in the College of Education and as Dean of the Center for Digital Learning and Instruction. Dr. Moore holds an EDD in Global Educational Leadership from Lamar University and 2 master's degrees, one from California University of Pennsylvania and one from West Virginia University. She was formerly the Dean of the College Dean of Academic Resources and Administration for the College of Optometry in Boston, Massachusetts, and she's held other academic and administrative roles at other institutions. Her credentials were submitted to the college and university committees, and those faculty, the faculty on those committee agreed that her credentials were appropriate for an associate professor and granting of tenure. With that, approval of this would bring the number of individuals tenured at Angelo State University to 155 out of 222 faculty that are tenured or tenure track, which is equal to 70%. And then there are an additional 90 faculty members that are non-tenure track.
Thank you, Dr. Topliff. Any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 2.
Item 2, the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program request for a Master of Arts degree in professional counseling with licensed professional counselor certification in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction within the College of Education, and authorize submission to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board seeking its approval for such program and to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for its review. And we would recommend that implementation of this program begin in the fall of 2024. In the way of background, currently the master's degree in mental health and wellness counseling provides 30 semester credit hour foundation online and then feeds into an online LPC bridge requiring an additional 30 semester credit hours for licensure. This program seeks to combine the current coursework offered in both the Master's of Arts program and the Bridge program to provide a cohesive online graduate degree for individuals seeking licensure as professional counselors in the state of Texas. You can see in Table 1 the 5-year projection of enrollment. It stabilizes at a cumulative head count of 21 with 13 graduates per year. In terms of the 5-year costs and funding, the 5-year costs will be handled through reallocation of current resources. No additional faculty resources will be needed for this, and some reallocated program administration through the dean's office, obviously. And then if you look at the 5-year anticipated funding for the program, about $220,000 from formula funding and additional $900,000 from tuition and fees. And then with the reallocated existing resources, that comes to about $1.3 million. So again, no new faculty lines are required or addition of coursework. Coursework already exists.
All right, thank you, Dr. Topliff. Any comments or questions? All right, I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Marsden, would you please present item number 3?
The President recommends, and the Chancellor concurs, that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure effective September 1, 2023 for Dr. Robin Lockhart, Assistant Professor to Associate Professor and tenure. This faculty member has been judged by the appropriate departmental, collegiate, and university committees and administrative personnel as worthy of promotion and tenure for which they have been recommended. University policy for recommending the promotion and tenure of qualified members of the faculty has been carefully followed. Approval of tenure of this individual will bring the number of full-time tenured faculty at Midwestern State University in fall 2023 to 134. There are 181 full-time tenure track faculty. After this appointment, the percentage of tenure track faculty who have been awarded tenure will be 55%, and tenured faculty 28% of all faculty. Together, tenured and tenure track faculty represent 38% of all faculty and 74% of all full-time faculty.
Thank you, Dr. Marsden. Is there any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Dr. Hendrick, you're up next. Item number 4.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. We wish to approve Dr. Akbar Naiman, an associate professor, to the rank of professor in the Department of Computer Science in the College of Engineering. This is a out-of-cycle request that had some delays due to some procedural matters in the college during our leadership transitions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments, questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Please proceed to the next item.
We are seeking several approvals for appointment with tenure for faculty members. These faculty members held tenure and rank at their prior institutions, including our new Dean of the Whitaker College of Engineering, Dr. Roland Fowler. Approval of these would bring a number of full-time tenured faculty members at Texas Tech to 798, representing 71.1% of all tenure track faculty members and 42.4% of all Texas Tech faculty.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, please proceed to item number 6.
President recommends, Chancellor concurs, that the board approve a Bachelor of Applied Arts degree in Renewable Energy and authorize a submission to Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for acknowledgement. This degree will be offered both face-to-face on the Lubbock campus and online. The purpose of this degree is to offer students with some level of formal training in vocational technical areas who hold an associate's degree with the opportunity to obtain a baccalaureate degree without significant loss of credits that sometimes occurs during transferring to a 4-year program. To enter the program, students will need to have completed an applicable Associate of Applied Arts and Science degree. The Department of Energy estimates that about 350,000 jobs will be created, about 42,000 of which will require an associate's degree and 22,400 a bachelor's degree over the next several years in order to meet national goals around renewable energy. A review of existing programs here in Texas indicates there are 34 Bachelor of Applied Arts and Science degrees in Texas, but none of which target renewable energy. Thus, this program uniquely fills a critical projected market need. All the courses for this degree are already taught, so no additional funds are required to develop degree content and deliver the program. Over the next 5 years, we anticipate adding about 35 students to this major.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments or questions? Someone looks pensive.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Contrast this program with our Masters in Energy, which is, and I'm oversimplifying what that degree is, I apologize, but that is a collaboration with the law school, business school, think arts and sciences, geology, maybe, and engineering with the petroleum engineering component.
Yep.
How does this differ, or is there some commonality there that you would want to encourage a similar type collaboration in this particular offering?
There are some similar collaborations. This is obviously a much more technically focused degree than that master's degree is, which is focused on energy more broadly, and to your point, includes representation from multiple colleges, law, business, engineering, arts and sciences, and others.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Dr. D'Agostino, please continue with item number 7.
Thank you very much. President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve granting of tenure to the faculty member listed below, concurrent with his appointment to the university on August 10th, 2023. Hanjmin Wang joined TTU-HSC in the Department of Pharmacology and Neurosciences on July 1, 2023 at the professor rank. Dr. Wang received his tenure from the University of South Dakota on May 12, 2015 with his promotion to associate professor in the Division of Basic Biomedical Sciences. He received a BS in biology from Shandong Normal University in Jinan, China in 1986, his MS degree in zoology from the same university in 1988, and his PhD in zoology neurosciences from the University of Idaho, which I think is in South China, in 2000. Sorry. His postdoctoral fellowship, it was too quiet, sorry guys.
Need to work on that routine a little bit.
All right. His postdoctoral fellowship was in neurodegeneration with the Department of Neurology and Institute for Cell Engineering at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. His research interests are in therapeutic targets and compounds used in treating ischemic stroke, aging, and Alzheimer's disease. He'll be working with our Garrison Institute for Aging, and we're really looking forward to the success that he'll bring. With this approval of tenure, this will bring our number of tenured faculty to 150. We'll have a total of 210 faculty on the tenure track or who are tenured. And the percentage of tenured track faculty achieving tenure is 71.43%.
Thank you, Dr. D'Agostino. Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. This next item is actually really special. It's about the Grover E. Murray professorships. And the President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the appointment of Thomas J. Abrascato from the Jerry H. Hodge School of Pharmacy and Billy Ulysses Phillips, Jr. from our School of Medicine as Grover E. Murray professors. By way of background, the Grover E. Murray Professorship is the highest honor the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center can give to a professor in recognition of national and/or international distinction for outstanding teaching, research, or practice. Thomas Abrascato and Billy Phillips both meet the criteria with distinction. Dr. Abrascato has been a member of the Pharmaceutical Sciences Department at the Jerry H. Hodge School of Pharmacy for 23 years. He was hired as an assistant professor in the year 2000, promoted to associate professor with tenure in 2006, and became a full professor in 2012. In 2008, he became the associate dean for the GSBS at our university, and in 2015 was named a TTU-HSC University Distinguished Professor. Dr. Abrascato's teaching, clinical, and research interests lie in blood-brain barrier and drug transport, neurovascular protection in brain ischemia and stroke, and neurovascular effects of nicotine and tobacco chemicals. He has received more than 30 awards and honors in his career, including, but definitely not limited to, in 2003, the TTU-HSC's President's Young Investigator Award, and he was twice awarded the Chancellor's Council Distinguished Research Award, first in 2013 and then again in 2020. The importance of Dr. Abiscato's research and quality of his publications really, quite frankly, creates his expertise in the world, and he has brought national recognition to, and international recognition to TTU-HSC. Dr. Abiscato has substantial grant funding and his publication record is excellent. He currently has 4 active NIH R01 grants. He has 2 new grants that are pending support, more than a dozen past extramurally funded grants from the NIH and other federal agencies, foundations, and industries, all as a principal investigator. Dr. Phillips' service to TTU-HSC began in 2009 as the director of the F. Murray Hall Institute for Rural and Community Health and the vice president for Rural and Community Health for TTU-HSC. He was promoted to executive vice president in 2012, and Dr. Phillips holds the endowed Marie Hall Chair, Rural Health, and is a full chair in Rural Health, and is a full professor in the Department of Family and Community Medicine in the School of Medicine. Dr. Phillips is a proven innovator. He's developed multiple proof-of-concept programs during his time at TTU-HSC, including the Telemedicine Wellness Intervention Triage and Referral Project called Twitter. We now refer to that as X. And, all right, that one was quicker. Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Getting better.
All right, Campus Alliance for Health Resources, or the CATER program, which led to TTU-HSC receiving over $30 million for the Texas Child Health Access through Telemedicine program, or TCHAT. Dr. Phillips also started the Next Gen 911 project and has secured continued state funding for this project. For those of you that don't know about this one, this is embedding telemedicine on our ambulances, which is absolutely critical here in West Texas. In addition, Dr. Phillips created the Frontiers in Telemedicine, or FIT Lab, which is our nation's first hands-on telehealth simulation learning lab. Dr. Phillips is an accomplished researcher. He has more than $40 million in external funding from federal organizations such as the Office of National Coordinator for Health Information Technology and from the Health Resources and Services Administration, or HRSA. Also from the state organizations such as Texas State Office of Rural Health and the Texas Commission of State Emergency Communications. Dr. Phillips was awarded the Chancellor Council Distinguished Research Award in 2017. Dr. Phillips is a true student advocate. He held multiple academic roles at the university and has dedicated and is a dedicated citizen to the university. Most recently, he stepped up as the acting chair of the newly formed Julia Jones Matthews School of Population and Public Health, and that helped create significant foundation for us to build that school on. Based on their achievements, as well as through their demonstration of excellence in living our TTU-HSC values of one team, kind-hearted, integrity, visionary, and beyond service, both Drs. Abiscato and Phillips are deserving of this award. The award itself comes with a $10,000 fund. 50% of that is applied to their salary. 50% is put in a discretionary account for them to use for continued research application. Upon retirement, that 50% or $5,000 will remain for an additional year to allow them to work through any projects that are closing out. And should either of these candidates be granted emeritus status upon retirement, they'll be known as a Grover E. Murray Professor Emeritus. We have 15 past recipients that are in your agenda book. And with that, we're very proud of these 2 individuals.
Thank you very much, Dr. D'Agostino, for sharing the backgrounds of those 2 remarkable individuals. We're lucky to have them as part of our system. I move to approve the item as presented if there are no questions or comments from anyone.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Rice-Spearman, you're up next.
Thank you. The President, or I, recommend and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve to confer the title of Posthumous Dean and Grover E. Murray Professor Emeritus on Stephen L. Burke for his distinguished service to the School of Medicine and the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. Dr. Stephen Burke joined the faculty of our School of Medicine as the Regional Dean for the Amarillo campus and Professor of Medicine, and the Merrick Myers Endowed Chair in Geriatric Medicine. Dr. Burke was appointed Dean of the School of Medicine in 2006 and Executive Vice President in 2010. Dr. Burke graduated from Boston University School of Medicine and completed his internal medicine residency and infectious disease fellowship at Boston City Hospital. He was a member of Phi Beta Kappa, AOA, Alpha Omega Alpha, and Sigma Chi. Dr. Burke authored or co-authored over 150 peer-reviewed publications and 4 textbooks. He has served on the NIH Special Advisory Panel on the evaluation of vaccines against infections in the elderly, on the editorial board of the Journal of the American Geriatric Society, and as a reviewer for most internal medicine and infectious disease journals. He has served on the Board of Directors Nominating Committee for the Association of Medical Colleges, the AAMC as we refer to it, and chaired the AAMC Community-Based Dean Subcommittee for 8 years. Dr. Burke has been recognized for many achievements throughout his distinguished career. His teaching ability was well recognized at East Tennessee State University, where he received the medical school's Teacher of the Year Award 10 times and the university's Distinguished Faculty Award. The American College of Physicians bestowed the title of Laureate in Medicine on Dr. Burke in 1998, and he was elected to the National Board of AOA in 1999. In 2006, his memoir entitled Anatomy of a Kidnapping was published by the Texas Tech Press and received the 2011 Ford Review's Book of the Year Award, and in 2012 was elected Distinguished Alumni by Boston University. He had an endowed University Medical Center chair named in his honor, and in 2020, Dr. Burke was named a Grover E. Murray Professor, the highest honor of our faculty. Dr. Burke published his first novel, In Search of the Animalcule, in 2023. Through Dr. Burke's leadership, the School of Medicine has experienced continued growth of innovative ideas and programs. His personal vision for addressing the ever-increasing need for primary care physicians launched a unique FMAC track called the Family Medicine Accelerated Track, which was the first of its kind in the nation and now replicated by many medical schools across the nation. Other innovations include the creation of the Covenant Branch campus for 3rd and 4th year clerkship training and the Medical Student Barbership Hypertension Program. The Dean's Ambassadors, the Clinical Research Institute, and created the Women's Health Research Institute of Amarillo and the Lubbock Medical Student-Led Free Clinic. Dr. Burke passed away unexpectedly while serving as Dean of the School of Medicine on May the 26th, 2023. Chancellor?
Yeah, I mean, Lori said everything with it. Steve had a lot of great things that he did, but his focus was always on the education of those students and did remarkable things, and it showed in the results of everything that we got. Great guy.
Thank you, Dr. Rice-Spearman and Dr. Mitchell. Anyone else with comments? All right, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. So we will proceed to item number 10. And while we're getting the presentation up, I just want to have a few words before Dr. Bixler starts. Back in January of 22, we had a special called board meeting, and the ACS committee issued a charge to all of our component institutions to work together to come up with some collaborative research projects that could help advance our individual institutions, but also, our collective institutions and our ranking and potentially position us for AAU accreditation at some point. And I want to thank everybody that has been involved. Initially it was with the presidents, and it took a lot to get over a couple of humps up front, but we did that, and then you've passed it on, and everybody has been really, really supportive. In February of this year at the board, we saw these 3 topics be presented, and these were 3 areas of collaboration that were identified by the team that we are going to keep track of. So you will see these reports at the board on 6-month cycles, roughly every February and August. Of course, it's hard to measure progress in this area in 6-month increments because this type of research takes a long time, to see the results from it. But it'll keep it in our forefront. This is a very important initiative. for the committee, for the board, for our institutions, for our system, and we want to make sure that we highlight it and give it the attention that it needs and that it deserves. So thanks to everybody who's been supporting. So I will turn it over to Dr. Bixler for the status of the ASU-MSU project.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. So I'm representing both Angelo State University and Midwestern State University here, and our collaboration. I'm excited to give you some of these updates. We've got some wonderful things already starting to develop as we build momentum towards our research collaboration efforts. First, I want to recap a little bit. In the past, we decided that one way to approach building research collaborations was to get our faculty together. Our first meeting, which occurred between our physics, some of our mathematics professors, some engineering professors, and geosciences, that was last November. And then in April of this year, we got together our biology and chemistry faculty in a virtual meeting. And all of those have generated a lot of conversations, not yet any research grant proposals submitted, but a lot of conversations. We feel like we're breaking down the silos and we're starting to get some momentum in conversations. A lot of those conversations are also in curriculum as well as research. Now, one thing that came forward in the April meeting, one challenge that we observed, was that a lot of our faculty have research specialties in differing areas, that they don't necessarily overlap. And so what we decided, well, what we actually stumbled upon was we have a subscription. Both Angelo State and Midwestern State have a subscription to a program called Grant Forward. The primary purpose of Grant Forward is actually for seeking external funding opportunities, but it also includes profiles for researchers, which includes keywords associated with their research as well as what institution they're at. So in effect, we can do matchmaking with our researchers.
Match.com for research.
Match.com for research. So that's what we're starting to do now, is we're looking at places, and it might not always be their primary area of research. It may be a secondary area that matches up with someone else's primary, but that's what we're moving forward with and trying to get collaborations built here. We do have our first collaborative grant going in. Now, this is not between researchers at the institutions. This is actually between our offices of sponsored projects. At ASU, that's Katie Plum. At MSU, that's Brittany Norman. And they head up the offices of sponsored projects. Because one of the issues that we have, as we have seen grant writing increase, and we have seen it increase at our own institutions, we have a need for more support. And fortunately, the National Science Foundation has a pot of money set aside for research support, and the granted program is one of those programs. That proposal will be going in. It's currently being written at this moment, and it will be going in this fall, and that will support the research endeavor at both of our institutions. Primarily, the need that we identified is actually post-award support. And then lastly, this is not necessarily a collaboration between ASU and MSU, but I do want to give a shout out to the help we've received from the HSC, from the Health Science Center. One of the a couple of the research projects at ASU recently have involved our local hospital. And it's been a long time since we've collaborated with a local hospital. We haven't kept updated research compliance for working in that environment. So I contacted the Health Science Center. Kristen Sorensen was my first point of contact. She was great at setting up meetings, and we're working now with Leslyn Boyles out of Amarillo to update our standard operating procedures, to update our forms, and this has been moving very, very quickly, much more quickly than it would have if we'd been trying to do it on our own. So shout out there to the Health Science Center and their IRB committees and the help that they provided for us. All right, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bixler. And I just wanted to point out things like this that you're pointing out. That is exactly what we wanted to see, instead of everybody operating in their individual stovepipes. and trying to struggle with a problem, reach out to one of the other universities. And so this is perfect. And it's not the board's expectation that you will, between ASU and MSU, you're going to find a cure for cancer and you're going to generate a whole bunch of research. But we want you all to communicate with one another, communicate with the other universities, and see what we can find to benefit the students and the research and the professors, even from a curriculum perspective. So thanks for your diligence on this.
Thank you. One of our core values is community, and I feel like we're building one.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Bixler before we go to the second research project? Okay, thank you. So the tag team of Dr. D'Agostino and Dr. Hepburn now.
Yes, we've been training for weeks.
Dun, 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 dun.
We have the clicker here. Let's see. Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you again for allowing us to speak about this. This is a very exciting time for us. We're very much enjoying working together. The four individuals on the Governance Council committee that we put together for this doesn't represent the massive efforts that are occurring between researchers and academicians between our two institutions, and you'll hear a little bit about that today. So our Institute for One Health Innovation is really about people, animals, and our environment overlapping. We believe that any medical advances in one species may be affecting another species, could be used in another species, or could impact our ecosystem. We're very proud of this effort between the two universities, and really, quite frankly, we're already being asked to include other universities in this because they are seeing such a connection to it. And so as we walk through this, you'll naturally see where we're actually creating those interconnected tethers to the universities. So what we've done is we've created through the OHI 2 collaborative groups. One is focused on academics, the other is focused on research. Those subcommittees are helping us develop a charter, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. And their focus is actually to help us identify first what is available on our campuses, what are we already doing, let's warehouse that, let's catalog it, let's understand it. And then from there, begin to figure out how it all fits together. When Dr. Hepburn comes up and talks, he'll show you the matrix that we're developing that looks at how all of these interconnected pieces work. As a reminder, our vet school developed a One Health PhD, which is so unique. It's the only one in the United States. We're going to talk about how that's going to help carry us forward on the academic side. And we're really building on the success of what our individual researchers have already created. They have been working together. But there are obstacles in doing that. There are challenges between universities, and that's where I think Ron and I are actually helping the most, is we're working on breaking down some of those barriers between universities that naturally develop because those universities have independence, have a way of doing things. And we believe this is going to help us move forward. So a quick update, and we're really excited to bring you this. Since the last time we presented, we've had a sustained increase in joint grant proposals and awards. You'll see some of these numbers in a minute. We've had multiple proposals that are currently in development. So while they haven't been awarded yet, the applications are going to be going in. We've finalized the position description for the Institute Director. We've created the charter that's going to help us and guide us in our actions and operations. We've identified courses and faculty qualified to teach in the existing One Health program. But in a few minutes, in a few seconds actually, we're going to talk about where the joint degree is going to take us. And we're now in process applying to SACS to get approval for the first joint degree between the two universities. That would be with the One Health PhD and with our Pharm-Sci program, which is already in existence. The uniqueness about this is they both coexist in Amarillo, so we have a natural connection on one of our campuses as well. I'll hand off the microphone to Joe.
Thank you all. One of the things I'm going to have to figure out how to, Darren, you had the advantage of having been able to do this.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate it. So I'll say one other thing to add to Darren's list here of updates. We had a debrief on the last legislative session with Emeritus Chancellor Duncan, who was helping us with the legislative process from the last biennium. And he was both effusive and very, very positive about the opportunity to go after resources to support this program again during the next biennium. He feels that this is one of the most visionary and exciting programs that is going to come before the legislature during the next cycle. So I'm very bullish on continuing this collaboration and working toward putting forward a very strong proposal, joint proposal from our campuses during the next legislative cycle. You know, Darren mentioned that we've done a lot of digestion. I think what you see in the center of this diagram is intended to indicate that research areas where we already have strengths, and in many cases we already have collaborations between our two campuses, are really going to form the center of this. And again, the focus of this as we present this to, you know, in a proposal at the next legislative session is going to be both on the concept that we can build a world-class definitive research program in this area that will distinguish our two campuses from campuses across the country, and that we can build on our current research capacity. We can increase particularly research that comes from the National Institutes of Health, which I think all of you know is the major source of research funding available in the federal government. So cancer, metabolic disorders such as diabetes, neurological disorders, as well as zoonotic and infectious disease are four areas that we think obviously represent national problems and international problems, but they also represent very strong regional connections within rural communities as well as urban communities in this region. So I think we'll be able to make a very powerful argument that this research is not only going to thrust us into a different position nationally, but at the end of the day, it's also very strongly going to serve the communities and this region of the state. So in addition to that central research focus, you'll notice that, as Darren mentioned, we've got a number of different components that are either supporting structures or supporting outcomes that we expect to happen from building this research. We've done a lot of work on characterizing our enabling technologies and infrastructure, and we're going to continue to look at places where we have vacancies, voids that we need to fill in order to take our research to the next level. That, building on that concept of we're already investing in many of these areas, and we expect further investment from the state to take this research to the next level, is going to be a theme we're going to hit heavily in our proposal. Obviously, the training and education piece is a critical piece of this. One of the ways that you benefit the community and the surrounding region, as well as establish yourself as a national player, is through the training and the education of undergraduate students, graduate students and doctors, and postgraduate researchers as well. When those people go out and people know that they're coming from Texas Tech Health Sciences Center and Texas Tech University, you establish your stamp nationally. And finally, we expect great outcomes from this, and I know Darren can speak more about this than I can, but we expect great outcomes from this in terms of benefiting public and population health in the region, and learning lessons from this that will allow us to really serve and benefit the community in this region. Just an update on where we are with regard to joint grants. We've had 6 new joint awards between our campuses, totaling at this point about $1.1 million since we last did a presentation. The dollar majority of that amount is actually NIH funding, but there are a number of different agencies represented, including CIPRIT, which obviously is another NIH-like state agency. And currently we have 4 joint grant proposals in the hopper, totaling about $6.4 million. Again, the majority of those going out to the National Institutes of Health. So I feel we're in the process of really accomplishing this program. Chancellor Duncan, in all of his wisdom, said, look, you're not planning to do a program here. You are doing a program here. And that's what we're doing. Over the next few weeks or the next month, you can expect to see an updated web presence that's going to reflect our commitment, our joint commitment to this program. And so we're making progress on a number of different fronts. And Darren, I think you're going to do.
Yep, thanks. Thank you, Joe. So, in a brief overview, we're talking about the interconnectedness of the skills and the talents and the champions that we have in our 2 universities. But this goes way beyond that. In reality, One Health is a framework that we're thinking about all that we do. At one point, we began talking about this institute with biomedical engineering. Well, that's a tool that's going to help anchor this and bring it out into various areas. We've already had some very innovative thoughts come through and be presented here to the other researchers that are helping build this. So we think we're on target for moving forward in a very, very collaborative way that's going to open up and give us opportunity with all of the universities. If we look at this timeline, this has been adapted since our last time here. We've had some updates, and while our submission this year for an LAR of about $4.9 million for a planning grant didn't go through, we just moved into Plan B. We weren't going to let this thing drop. It was really about figuring out what are the actual pieces that we have to get in place, and that's creating the foundation right now. In late summer, we're actually looking at late summer and early fall. So if we go out to the 4th bullet that's up there, this is the time that we would post and publish for a leader. We have a specific idea about what the skill set that this person would need to do in order to lead an entity like this through planning and development. We're also looking at very shortly bringing in the next cohort of PhD students that are in the One Health program while we're simultaneously working with SACS to get approval and accreditation for the joint degree that we're developing. Both of those programs are active, both of those programs are filling, and both of those programs are doing good for West Texas. So we want to continue on their excellence. Other than that, I can stop there, and if there are any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them.
Any questions, comments?
Chairman, I'd just like to make a comment. This represents to me not just the One Health initiative, but also what Dr. Bixler was presenting as well. This is the strength of a system like this. We can go through. This, the One Health initiative, is something that you're operating inside your wheelhouse, the things you have natural strengths in, number one. And number two, you're doing something that will directly impact the communities that you serve. So if you looked at the things they talked about, the illnesses that they're selecting, those are things that have a direct impact on the people that our universities serve out here. So it's one thing that, you know, if you focus your attention on those things that you're naturally good at and hit them hard and again and again and again, good things start happening. So kudos to everybody for this.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, we'll move on to Dr. McMahon.
Thank you.
My iPad eating my tie. Good morning. I think I'm the last person who stands between us and my lunch anyway, so I'll try to make it quick. I want to provide an update on some of the health sciences related collaborations that have been taking place across our universities. We already have institutes and centers that foster collaborations, and I'm happy to report that we have outstanding faculty, you've heard about them today, who are driving these collaborations already. They are the engines, they are the powerhouse of the collaborations. So I'll focus, you've heard a little bit already, but I'm going to give you a little bit of additional detail on collaborations around cancer, brain, telemedicine, and telehealth, which we are very excited about, and metabolism and diabetes. So we already have really good funding from both state sources, the Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas, We have three new awards. This $9.6 million is a total that represents the awards that we received this year. El Paso, congratulations, just received a very large award for their cancer efforts, and Health Sciences Center and TTU also add to that total. The NCI, the National Cancer Institute, is an important part of growing a national reputation in cancer. We have a very bold vision, which may take 10, 20 years to achieve, to attain National Cancer Institute comprehensive cancer designation status. And we are at, if you look at all of our institutions, in particular the Health Sciences Center, we already have $3.5 million of National Cancer Institute funding. That's a pretty good total for the number of faculty that we have engaged in this area. We have 10 new and continuing awards. Translational research is very important, and I know that cancer centers will continue to be a topic of discussion as this meeting progresses. I just briefly want to say that it's critically important that we help build physician, clinician, scientist research opportunities at our health sciences centers, because this is where big funding can come into the system, big funding can come into our universities, and it requires a commitment to protect the time of clinicians to engage in research activities. A lot of incentive for them to participate in clinical activities. It's important in our efforts to build cancer research to ensure that we are hiring clinicians and protecting their time to engage in research. And we have to do that in partnership with our hospital collaborators. And we have a number of very important hospital collaborators. We're working on building those partnerships here in Lubbock as well as in El Paso. And as you know, we've got medical campuses in Amarillo and Midland and Odessa. The brain tissue repository is one excellent example of the collaboration that's taking place between our Garrison Institute on Aging and the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso Southwest Brain Bank. So those groups down in El Paso and up in Lubbock are talking about homogenizing their protocols so that they can share samples. I've been told that the brain tissue repository shared between our two universities is unique and unparalleled, with the exception of a NIH brain repository. So we really have a great opportunity. El Paso, of course, has Hispanic samples for us to compare to our more Caucasian samples up here in Lubbock, and so there's opportunities to look at health disparities in our brain research as we embark on combining those two tissue repositories. I've already mentioned that. And our groups are talking about submitting National Institute on Aging Alzheimer's Disease Research Center grants. These are what are called P30 grants. These are very important grants to elevate the national reputation of our aging research. This would be a badge of honor if we could achieve that. And we have faculty at TTU, HSC, and El Paso who, by working together, can achieve this within the next few years. We're very excited that we have created, as you well know, a telehealth institute that is now supported by a robust state appropriation. Thank you for the government relations teams for all the work that you've done to help us attain those resources. We have a new director. His name is Dr. John Gachago. You will learn more about him in future Board of Regents meetings. I know that we have faculty at our university as well as in El Paso talking about homogenizing and harmonizing their approaches for engaging in telehealth clinical care as well as telehealth education and research. There are opportunities to share medical specialists. If we have somebody that El Paso doesn't have and vice versa, if El Paso has somebody that we don't have, we could perhaps engage in a partnership where we benefit from sharing each other's medical specialists. One example of some innovation that's taking place in this area is down in Midland, Odessa in our internal medicine department. Dr. Chimitaganti is the chair of that department. He's developing an app that's helping to prevent and treat diabetes, and he's working with El Paso faculty to develop that application and deploy it in our rural communities. This is a great example of collaboration. This is the Obesity Research Institute, which is housed at Texas Tech University. We, of course, as the health sciences centers, have priority of obesity and nutrition and treating diabetes and metabolic-related disorders. There was a meeting, which is shown here, that was held on the HSC campus. I think this meeting was held in TTU campus. I'm sure we will consider the opportunity to maybe hold it in El Paso in a future meeting. But the chancellor was there to give introductory remarks. We had a world leader in diabetes care and research who was the keynote speaker at this event. This truly provided an example of thorough collaboration between our three universities, and the faculty and the students and trainees who were participating in this, I think it was at least a day conference in Lubbock. And as a result of this, faculty are talking about putting together grant submissions on maternal health and nutrition. There's a National Institute of Health opportunity called Food is Medicine. This will also provide me an opportunity to give a shout out to a group in Amarillo. You'll learn more about a faculty member we have there who is about to receive a very substantial NIH grant to study maternal health and infant nutrition as part of her research. And so we're happy to report that success, although as a VPR, we don't count our chickens before they hatch. The money has to be in the bank in the form of what we call a notice of award, the NOA from the NIH, because you just never know what might happen. But we're 99% sure that grant is coming. Thank you very much for your attention, and we're very excited to continue working together to build these collaborative research opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. McMahon. Any questions for Dr. McMahon or any of the presenters today? All right, thank you all so much for that report. And Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. What a fabulous report, and progress is being made, and I commend you and your committee for the good work there, and really all the committees for what we've been able to do thus far today. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. At this time, the board will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in executive session. We'll now reconvene into open session. Vice Chairman Carrick Davis, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 action items resulting from executive session. Item number 1, to authorize contract modifications for presidential contracts. Having determined that revised employment agreements with the presidents of Texas Tech University and Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso, are in the best interest of the institutions, and due to the exemplary performance and confidence the Board of Regents has in their leadership, I move that the Chancellor be authorized to conclude the negotiations and execute revised employment agreements with contract extensions for Dr. Lawrence Skubanek and Dr. Richard Lang under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Item number 2, to authorize contract modifications for the Chancellor's contract. Having determined that a revised employment agreement with the Chancellor of the Texas Tech University System is in the best interest of the system, and recognizing his vitally important role as the Chief Executive Officer due to the exemplary performance and confidence the Board of Regents has in his leadership, I move that Chairman Griffin be authorized to offer and execute a revised employment agreement with Dr. Ted Mitchell under the terms and conditions set forth in exec.
Second.
Any comments, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Right. Item number 3, to approve a ground lease of TTU real property in Lubbock. I move that the board authorize President Skubanek or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for a ground lease of Texas Tech University real property to Toot and Totem for future commercial development of Texas Tech University real property adjacent to 4th Street in Lubbock under the terms and conditions set forth in exec.
I'll second.
Any comments, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion passes.
Item number 4, to approve a contract extension with the Director of Track and Field and Cross Country. I move that the board authorize President Skubanek or his designee to execute a contract extension with Wes Kitley to continue as the Director of Track and Field and Cross Country for Texas Tech University under the terms and conditions set forth in exec.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any comments or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
And our final motion, to approve conveyance of TTU HSC real property in Lubbock, Texas to UMC. I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman to conclude the negotiations and execute an agreement with University Medical Center of Lubbock for the conveyance of Texas Tech University Health Science Center real property in Lubbock under the terms and conditions set forth in exec.
Second.
Any comments, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
And Mr. Chairman, there's no further action to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow on Friday, August the 11th, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. See you in the morning.